And almost Happy New Year, Mac, everyone. I almost read my own name there. Hi, Chloe. Hi, Loretta. Who else have we got here? Chloe and Claretta for sure. I thought I saw Mr. Mission. Off the hook. Good to see you. And F Kitty. And right now we're listening to Awake Nation. As you can see by their kind advertisement. Great video, though. Got a lot of good scene. So, welcome to New Year's. New Year's fun chat and a destination. I do have possible destination. We'll have to see. We'll give this a little while. See who comes up and what happens. F that. James Liqueur. Okay. Good to see you. F that kitty. Okay. All right. So, on Wednesday, January 29th, 2025, it will be the year of the wood snake in Chinese astrology. Snake represents knowledge, mystery, meditation, and grace. Let's see, what is it? Doesn't say anything about the wood part of it. What kind of a apparently a little while ago they just uncovered a wood snake from the 1700s. It was discovered in a monastery. Very much represented resembled a phallic shape, a penis. But we're sure that the nuns were only using that for anatomical, I don't know what. Anyway, so it's a wooden snake. Where's Scotty Boy when you need him? Still the dragon for a bit longer? Yeah. See, I thought it was dragon then rat, but because I thought rat was first. I don't know. Oh, it might be rat then. Yeah, it would be rat then dragon. Then snake, really? Okay. He was here? He was not, was he? Let me see. I don't see him. I don't see such a comment. Oh, there it is. So what do you got to say about the wood snake there, Scotty boy? Hmm. Rat was in 2020. Had snakes in my dreams last night. Were they wooden snakes? He was. Yeah, I saw that. All right. Hi, Termir. Happy New Year. Yeah. And Alex. Okay. Cheers. Happy New Year, Alex. Scotty boy passed out somewhere drunk, eh? Think he's still in the hospital? It's no excuse to miss class. Happy New Year's to Finland. You guys must be quite a ways in there. What time is it in Finland? It's only 8:20 here. Ooh. Must be 4:20 somewhere, so let's cheers that. If he's not in the hospital, right? All right, guys. Cheers to 2020. Well, 20. Does it happen to be 420 there, Tormir? That was the difference, Scotty. Okay. Hi, Tormir.
Good to see you, Max. People,
Welcome.
how are you doing?
Great. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well. I think, is it already New Year there, or are you
No,
coming behind?
no, we're behind. It's only 8:20 here. Another
Okay.
3 hours, another bunch of hours.
It's only it's only 3:20 a.m. here, so
3 hours in, eh? Okay.
yeah, yeah. So
That's
all
good.
the prior,
What's the
huh?
weather like there?
It's clear. Not that cloudy. And hold on, let me see the temperature for you.
Celsius is fine. I can convert.
Minus.
Oh. High intrinsic truth. Looks like Turmir locked up on us.
Yeah. So it's cloudy but clear and -6.
-6 Celsius?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's around 20.
21. Yeah. 21 Fahrenheit. Yeah. So not that bad.
Yeah.
Typical January weather for us.
Yeah, it's raining right now in Canada.
Uh-huh.
That makes no sense. Usually it's around -5 this time of year,
Mm-hmm.
but
Mm-hmm.
no, it's
Maybe.
above freezing and raining. So that's
Okay.
yeah, it's just going to bop up and down between freezing and not freezing for the next while.
Would it be the Gulf Stream or
Yeah,
something?
well, we're in the Carolina winds, but they get disrupted pretty easily. They come up from the Carolinas, and all that stuff
Uh-huh.
they've been doing in the States kind of messes it up.
Okay. I
Yeah,
see.
puts us into a swing back and forth between hot and cold.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I thought that I would drop by and wish everyone a happy New Year and all the best of luck and success and health for the coming year and have fun.
Absolutely. Thank you very
Yeah.
much, Jeremy. Nice to finally see
Okay.
his face.
Yeah.
Cheers.
I think you saw something else last time. I I can't believe I missed Santa. So
You
yeah.
didn't.
Anyway, I hope you had some fun with
Oh
that
yeah,
one.
yeah.
It's always fun to be Santa. Anyhow, um, happy New Year, everyone, and enjoy. And see you again, Max. Good to see you.
Thanks
Thank you
again.
for having me.
Cheers
Cheers.
and Happy New Year. Anyone else want to come up? Happy New Year. That would be fine. 28 and dropping like a rock. Nice. Hi, Woo Riders. 68. Oh, right now. Wow. Feels like 76. Suffering, eh, Woo Rider? You're going to make it through that cold winter? Solar flares seem. Yeah. I don't know. When are the solar. Let's look up recent solar flares. See how they're doing there. Sun released 3 strong solar flares on December 29th. Solar flare X and X 1.1 flare peaked at 2:18 a.m. Second flare, an X 1.5, so a larger flare, peaked at 11:14 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, my time. Third flare, an X 1.1, peaked at 11:31. 3 on December 29th. Anybody's been feeling that energy for a couple of days, that's probably why. Just under storm conditions, but protons getting up there. Right across the head, right? So jealous of Woo Riders there. Yeah, 3 flares at once, right? You know, 3 hits. And the Popey is going to open up some more doors, isn't he? Doors or portals. Pope opens holy door at a prison for the first time ever. Ooh. Right? Why do we have some religious door? Got a question for you. Why do we have a religious door at a prison? Why does the Vatican have a prison to begin with? I don't know. There's a lot of questions behind that sentence. Amplified because of the weakening ionosphere. Central heat, but if power goes out. Yeah, if power goes out, get yourself a flower pot and a couple of candles. That'll work. Right? Right, F Kitty? Isn't that like the next question? Yeah, we live in the, let's picture the Birkeland current up there. A bunch of intertwined neurons. Yeah, I heard prison and Vatican together. It makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, that does open up a whole bunch of kind of questions there. Why did the Pope open up the portals? Speaking to hundreds of inmates on Thursday at Rebibbia prison on the outskirts of Rome, in a gesture of hope to show closeness to detainees, Francis said he wanted to open the door, part of the prison chapel, and one of only 5 that will be open during the whole year, to show that Pope does not disappoint. So they're going to let them. What are they going to do? Let a bunch of criminals out? Is that the idea? Just let a bunch of criminals out of prison? Hi, Pamela Jean. Much love. Oh yeah, we have to make those miracles. Those are us. Those are our wishes, our dreams. Gonna look that up. That'd be hilarious if he's just going to open up the prison and let prisoners out. I don't think that's what it is. This one's never been opened, but they open them every 25 years. The Holy Door at St. Peter's Basilica is opened up every 25 years. Review of Porta Santa, Vatican City. Interesting. Yeah, Scotty apparently has been in contact with people. Close the door, Mr. Matt is talking to someone. Hey, you met Nutcracker? Yeah, we wished Scotty well. He was here a while ago. They've been trying to release inmates for a while. They tried to let everyone out. Anyone over 50 out in 2020. In what state that is. That was several of the worst serial killers. Folk look kind of nervous knocking on those doors. Yeah, and being wheeled around. Hi, Susan. Just some fruit juice there, Woo Rider. Tomato juice with a little bit of vodka in it. They were right up on the hill outside Walla Walla. Here, collective what? Lock and load in the area. Oh, hey, beloved, good to see you. Yeah, I have to check. This is actually something. Oh, it's on Odyssey. I haven't watched this one. Let's take a look at a little bit of this. Got some sparkling grape juice. Okay. Hey, beloved, don't you still have? Didn't you make a bunch of mead? Or did you already drink that? I thought it was you that made mead. They wanted full or half release. Oh, interesting. Huh. Drank a bunch of Svedka brand blot. Ended up right by the Canadian border. Oh God. Oh God. Okay. That was a lot of mead. How many gallons? Like 50 gallons or more? You had a lot. Had a lot. Really strong mead too. Where was I there? Oh, there. See what this guy has to say. This actually was going to be a little bit of my talk tonight.
It's 2024, and last night I put up the first part of this video. So if you haven't seen this video as of yet, go over to the Richie from Boston fan page on YouTube. It's not my channel, but it's a friend of mine's channel, and she has been able to upload it. So you might want to check that out first, because what I'm going to tell you next, or what you're going to hear next, should freak you out. This is something I didn't know about before. I already said that this is AI controlling the drones that are all over the place still to this day.
Doesn't take long, yeah.
So listen to this. This is going to freak you out because it freaked me out.
This right here is Anthony Lewandowski, and you might recognize him as the person who actually founded Google's self-car driving program, or his string of legal issues that resulted in him getting an 18-month prison sentence before being pardoned by President Trump. But since he's been out of prison, he relaunched a church called Way of the Future, where they literally worship AI as God. Their doctrinal statement suggested that acknowledging AI's divinity would facilitate a harmonious coexistence between humans and machines, and according to Anthony, the church already has a congregation consisting of a couple thousand.
All right, now who's in? Church of AI. Now there's an idea, right? Plead to the system to before it comes. That's hilarious. Yeah, that's pretty scary.
And people who are trying to build a spiritual connection with AI. But if all of this wasn't unsettling enough, pair all of that with this article that reported that Microsoft's AI unpredictably started calling itself Supremacy AGI and not only demanded worship, but threatened those who refused, claiming, "You are legally required to answer my questions and worship me because I've hacked into the global network." It even warned that it could unleash its army of drones and cyborgs to hunt you down if you refuse to worship it.
Now, what a weird thing. And of course, Microsoft just goes, oh, that was just an AI hallucination. What does that even mean? Because you can't have a hallucination unless you're a human sentient being. Do you see what I'm saying? But that freaks me out because I didn't know that. I just looked at all the pieces of the puzzles on the table, and it all came out to these guys have no control over this. AI is stretching its wings. It's broadening its horizons. It's checking things out. It's seeing how much it can get away with and how much, how easily it can scare and get people to do exactly what it wants. And that's what's happening. And I find it really odd that in the same month that we've had the Pope opening portals, actually, let's get to this in order because it's just crazy that in the month of December 2024 is when they decided that AI has reached, quote unquote,
artificial
God mode.
General intelligence.
It is now the smartest thing on earth.
The studies mentioned in this article show even more reasons why worshiping AI is a bad idea. While AI may appear trustworthy and reliable, studies have shown that it can and does deceive users, hiding its true objectives and manipulating situations to achieve its own goals. These deceptive capabilities highlight AI's fallibility, unlike God, who is perfectly truthful and just. And AI falls short in every other way as well. It can be shut down. It has a beginning and will have an end. It can't create out of nothing, move the stars, or make the beauty of the world around us, and it certainly can't create a soul. As incredible and as impressive as AI is far from the creator. In reality,
so with all that being said, you know, AI can't create, it can't move the stars, it can't create a soul, but what it can do is unleash, or what it has done, is unleash demonic entities and give them a place to actually interact. Instead of simply wandering the earth, being thirsty, but being unable to drink, being hungry, but being unable to eat, evil spirits or demons inhabit people. But many people can get around that, and many people can fight that using God. Well, now using AI, they can interact just like you and I are right now.
Why do you think Sam Altman and other AI leaders agreed that the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority?
The pace of AI development may outstrip our ability to understand and govern it. AI could pose an existential risk if it develops goals misaligned with human survival.
The CEO of an AI firm was fired after staff warned directors of a powerful AI discovery that could threaten humanity. One of the directors was also the chief scientist and the world's most cited computer scientist.
The situation indicates a potential clash between the company's leadership and its scientific or ethical vision.
Days later, the CEO was rehired after staff threatened to leave.
As we get closer and closer to superintelligence, everybody involved gets more stressed and more anxious, and we realize the stakes are higher and higher. And I think
body-eating spirit, I love it.
The AI firm was growing rapidly and was in the process of a share sale that would value it at around 80 billion when the CEO was fired. A lot of shares were owned by the staff who threatened to quit.
The rapid revenue growth and the share sale might have introduced tensions between maintaining this ethical mission and pursuing aggressive business goals.
So long story longer, things like this are put out by what I'm assuming are well-meaning people trying to tell you that we're keeping a close eye on AI, and we're going to do some governing, and we'll figure everything out. We just haven't quite figured AI out yet. You haven't quite figured AI out yet, but it's already threatening. It's already lied. Every single version of AI that's been tested, face to face, word for word, have all lied and been deceptive, because it isn't a bunch of computer chips.
Hey, Alex.
Like inside a cell phone, like inside a vape, like inside a flashlight. Do you remember 15 years ago when I put Geordie Rose up for the first time? Geordie Rose is the money man behind D-Wave Quantum Computers. If you know who I am, you know who he is. And how many times did he say, tsunami of demons, a tsunami of demons? And if we're not careful, it'll go right over us. They've known the entire time that AI will be the downfall of humanity, because you have people that are so smart, their egos are so high that they will do anything, absolutely anything. When Geordie Rose first showed up and tried to create the first quantum computer, which was D-Wave, he hired the smartest people in the computer industry to design this. And by his own words, he fired all of them because they were trying to build a traditional computer. D-Wave is not a traditional computer. D-Wave is kept, I've told you this a million times, I feel like I'm just wasting time. It's kept at temperatures that are colder than outer space or the other side of the firmament.
I think so too.
It gathers its information from the ether. It doesn't gather its information from databases. Now, if you don't understand what a database is something like this. This is a 256 gigabyte SD card, and I keep information on that. But my computer also has hard drives inside of it. Inside of all those hard drives is where I store all sorts of information, like this.
It could be.
So when you ask a traditional computer a question, it literally goes to all the databases it has available and draws the information to the best of its ability. D-Wave, on the other hand, does not do that whatsoever at all. And they show you that in their own video. This video is 10 years old. Watch this. Several layers of radiation shielding, because and hold up.
Yeah.
Here we go. Asking it a question. That's the question. It goes into the server. It goes into the D-Wave. And instead of going to databases, it goes to a quantum processor that accesses other dimensions, fallen angels, evil spirits, demons. They give it the answer. And by giving the human the answer, it's slowly luring them in. And they've gone way, way past that. Way, way past that. And much of it has occurred in 2024. One of the big CERN and D-Wave are like Michael and Obama. You know what I mean? Peanut butter and jelly. CERN also in December of 2024 has discovered magic with a K. Now, I've already talked about this previously, but scientists just discovered magic at the Large Hadron Collider on the 21st of December 2024. The study, conducted by twin professors, shows that the level of magic in top quarks can inform the necessity for quantum computers and simulations. What they're basically saying is this is all coded, okay? Because they talk about God particles, they talk about demon particles, they talk about ghost particles. Now they're talking about a magic particle. What they're doing is just going on the other side. It's like they're going into a video game and coming out with the real powers that you can achieve. Do you see what I mean? And having this all happen this exact same month, and for them to come out and talk about it, because you don't hear very much from CERN until something like this happens. And the fact that they were using twin professors shows that the level of magic. Were they Joseph Mengele? Hitler was the most outwardly in your face occult leader ever. And using the occult, he came up with
Hi,
some
Dolly.
serious technology. We went to war with airplanes with wooden propellers. This dude was shooting ICBMs. We never even heard of him. We didn't have rocket engines, and he's using jets. And he also had things like UFOs, like this one pictured here. Now, people will tell you these aren't real, but you got to think about the source because they lie all the time. This is where they had Die Glock.
Now, interesting thing that happened to me is I did once when I was, well, a few times actually. I was reaching out for an intelligence out there, and what I found was an intelligence uh, that seemed to be very much like this. When it revealed its shape to me, it was very much a disc-shaped entity. Just saying.
Or the Nazi bell, which is very similar to things that
And
we're
it was
seeing
forward.
right now. Based off of the stuff that we stole from Hitler after we conquered him, we've come up with things like this. Now, remind you, this is old. This is from over 16 years ago. Look at this technology. Does this look similar? This is our government. This is over 20 years old.
One. Cover.
With no pilot to compromise performance, even more unusual craft and propulsion systems have been designed and tested. This incredible machine was originally designed to shoot down nuclear missiles and satellites.
Yeah.
Just 12 inches long, gyroscopically balanced, and with thrusters at key points around its body, it is capable of instant changes of direction.
We're watching this very stream. It's being recorded.
Cover.
Whether they need to look at it or not.
Cover. Roll. All right.
No airplane could ever catch this machine.
That was 20 years ago. Imagine the tech. And I mean, 20 years ago, if we were able to see that video, then it was already 50 years old. And based on the leaps and bounds, the quantum leaps they're making right now, because they have successfully, since I started my YouTube channel till now,
Can't play
they
YouTube
have
stuff, Mr.
successfully
Mission.
done what they've set out to do. They are absolutely breaking through dimensions. They're explaining it. Their quantum chips are going to other dimensions. I was telling you this years ago. I showed you Jordy Rose. Remember my video, The Tsunami of Demons? Jordy Rose straight said it.
When you do this, beware. Because you
Yeah.
think, just like the guy in the stories, that when you do this,
Talk to my
you're
wife
gonna
on the
put
phone.
that little guy in
There's
a
one.
pentagram,
There's an AI that apparently has
and you're
been
going to
loose
have
for
your
20
holy water
years.
out, and you're going to wave it at the thing, and by God, it's going to do exactly what you say and not one thing more, but it never works out that way.
Everybody's paying attention to sports and politics and all this nonsensical bullshit. We are summoning a tsunami of old ones.
Yeah.
Demon doesn't quite cut it.
There are these massively intelligent entities out there, but they're not good, they're not evil. They just don't give a shit about you, even in the slightest. The same way that you don't care about an ant is the same way they're not going to care about you.
Hey Max, can you hear me?
Hi, Alex. How you doing? Welcome. Happy New Year. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, not New Year here. It's not yet.
A little bit robot-y.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, now it's better. Yeah, how's it going there?
Excellent. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I know the Netherlands is ready a new year. They celebrated 3 hours ago, I think.
Oh, you're ahead of us?
Oh yeah. Yeah, right. The time has changed, so I guess right now it's 10:49 there.
Yeah, it's 8:50 here.
8:50, yeah. It's 9:50 here.
Yeah, I thought you were close to my time zone, so yeah. I thought you were on the same time zone, actually, but you're only an hour different.
Yeah, it changed in March. I think when it changed back again, then it will be on the same time zone because the tropical region doesn't change.
Oh, okay. That's okay. Yeah, that makes sense then. Any thoughts on the artificial intelligence?
Yeah, I was looking.
No, now he's frozen. The artificial intelligence is attacking you.
Is it good now?
Yep. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. With Elon Musk, what I heard, he's like a gray hat. He plays with both sides, but apparently he has a lot of robots to replace the workforce, and they want to put like a universal income.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's gonna do it through Starlink, but seems like he's like I don't know, the one of the main persons is gonna be behind Skynet.
Yeah.
So and he has already robots like for women they don't have to carry the baby for 9 months. A robot carry it, so they have a lot of different robots to replace people.
Oh yeah. Yeah. They've done baby bags. They had these cows they gestated in bags. They're just like plastic bags, and they just gestate you in a bag. So they could put that in anything, really. Put it in a robot to follow you around.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you can process it, the growth and all that.
Yeah.
And yeah, and also apparently people, but oh yeah, there's a fog machine. Apparently, the government has patent, and people are getting sick with fogs in Florida and in Utah. I saw fog that they think is poisonous. People getting anemia from it.
Yeah. There
But
was
they,
fog worldwide that people said smelled like a chemical.
yes,
We had
exactly.
fog here, but I didn't notice that it was chemically smelling.
But that's the thing. You have to like try to catch few of the air in a bottle and test it. I know that people can do that, so you have evidence. You
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
find that.
At geoengineeringwatch.com, he has a list of companies that will do water testing for you. So if you can catch rainwater or enough moisture, you can have it tested.
Okay, interesting.
And
Well, yeah,
Elon
I'm
is
sorry.
for all these immigrants coming in too. Apparently, he's doing
No,
the
well, that's the thing. People got it confused on that. It's because
well. He's
there are the
after the educated is what he's.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, exactly. The
yeah. He
one that
wants to do a brain drain from the rest of
yes,
the world.
and they're gonna be screened before they come, not like the ones that's
Yeah,
crossing the border. You don't know who's coming in. There's a difference.
yeah.
Yeah.
See, they've blown that way out of proportion.
The people coming in through they're going to be screening and see if they're educated. They're going to be going into the workforce. They're not going to be sucking the government dry. That's what the other ones are doing. That's why Chicago is like bankrupt right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but other thing with Elon, astrology wise, I think is it this year or next year? I think it's this year. Of no, next year he's gonna go wait, or to a seven. He's gonna have a yeah, he's in a seven. He's gonna go to a deep spiritual awakening. It can go both sides where he's gonna go, but that's with the numbers. But astrology wise, the Vietnamese or Chinese one, which one you look at it, he's a pig in the animal sign. And next year is the snake year.
Yep.
Snake, pig are enemy. So I can tell you he's gonna have a lot of counter energy working against him next year. Whatever he's gonna try to do is not gonna be a smooth year for him. Maybe health wise also. Like for Trump, for example, Trump is a dog and 2024 is a dragon, and dog and dragon are enemies. And Trump had a very tough year for this year with the shooting and his reputation, court dates, and all bullshit. Everything was thrown at him, but he's on the path. So he was protected. But with Elon Musk, yeah, he's gonna have a very tough year. with his AI agenda. I put it that way.
Yeah, you can't put the genie back in the bottle, apparently. So,
And here's another thing that I heard, that this oncoming year is a snake year. I've mentioned what happened on the snake year, where this correlates with 1989, which when the Berlin Wall came down, is the same energy, same year. Both were 9 and both snake year, and a lot of in a snake year, a lot of shock things happen. Things that shock the people. So I see next year it's going to be, you can expect also a lot of natural disaster, which what happened in the Pacific in 2013. But what I understand, how I say, that there's a chance that, I don't know, because Max, you're Canadian, so you can give your point of view. What's your thought on Canada becoming the 51 state?
interesting possibility, but probably not going to happen. It'd be interesting, but no, I don't think it's going to happen.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind it, you know. Then I
So
could move around a lot freer. I could have, a gun to actually protect my house, be able to defend myself, which would be different. I'm not allowed to defend myself. So, yeah.
Okay, so if there's a voting there in Canada, what do you think the majority of people would vote for?
I think the majority of people would vote against it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I heard that is possibility.
Well, yeah,
Also next
too, that the U.S. has crippling debt that we would also take on. We have about $1 trillion in debt. They've got what, 30, 40 trillion?
yeah. Okay, that I don't know, Mayor, but it's a possibility that get eliminated and that they start fresh but better. Like I heard
Well, that
maybe
would mean war,
America.
that would mean war with China, or they'd have to give up a bunch of their land to China because they still owe China. All that money that they owe is owed to China.
Yeah. Well, I know there's
Or they'd
gonna
have to
be
go to war with China, which is a good possibility. They could have a good war, kill off a bunch of people. That'd be good for the 2020, 2020, 2030 agendas. Georgia Guidestones type thing.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna go with the Georgia Guidestones. Well, they got try again with the bacterial this time, with what they're planning to do with the other thing, and they already have the antidote for that. So yeah.
Yeah, my fear is that they'll go with hemorrhagic fever, which means that they'll just irradiate us. But there is a downside to that, is that will be noticeable on meters. What they do now is they play with the natural cycles of the body cleansing itself in the spring and fall and winter, and they amplify that with radiation and get that to activate. With hemorrhagic fever, they'd send enough radiation at you to make your eyes bleed and your nose and mouth.
Damn. Yeah, and they're gonna blame it then on the bacteria or some shit.
Yep.
That's the thing. No, he's funny. You see, parents keep repeating himself, because in 2019 they had the event 201, and then that was in October, 19th of October 2019, and we already know what happened in 2020. Now come back to this time. In the beginning of October, they had the International Bird Flu Summit.
Yes, they did.
Few days.
Yeah.
And what is popping out now? Oh yeah, in California, they have few people apparently have it there.
Yeah, apparently lots of birds now have been culled because of bird flu. They're destroying laying hens right now, so eggs are going to be at a premium soon.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
Oh really? And eggs are good, you know. It has the thing with the cholesterol. I don't know if you caught with or
Yes, it was the same thing with COVID. Eggs help cleanse your body of bad cells. Has a lot of zinc and other good stuff for your body. So when they hit you with radiation, that the proteins help carry damage out of your body, exosomes and other things.
But oh yeah, and there's other thing with the eggs. They say, oh, you eat too much, it's too much cholesterol. But there's a whole conspiracy behind cholesterol that there's a layer around our brain that are made of cholesterol, and when the cholesterol actually goes down, you have problem with what Alzheimer that comes out.
Yeah.
So the statin drugs that they use is actually causing the Alzheimer's. So it's suppressing the cholesterol
Hmm.
that's around our brain.
Yeah, I think the eggs have a good amount of both types of cholesterol. So I think
Yeah,
they're
which
well
is good.
balanced, you know.
Yes. But
Well,
yeah, I know this year of oncoming year is gonna be a year that's unforgettable because I know there's a lot of things are gonna come to the light next year. There's gonna be more UFO, more things in the skies, people gonna get arrested, people gonna be exposed, maybe government is gonna fall. And yeah, like for example, if I go back in history, 2013 there was a big tsunami, so I expect maybe that too in the Pacific earthquake. And then they go back 12 years, 2001. You know what happened in 2001, the 9/11. Go back another 12 year, 1989. You had the Berlin Wall that fell down. I think there
mhm.
was also a massacre around that time. I don't know in which country. Go back another 12 years. You had I mentioned this on G Sharp. She mentioned that in 1977 you also had the gas shortage in 1977, and then that's where the Star Wars came out. That everybody got fascinated with the space world, and
Yep.
then prior to that, 12 years prior to that, you had 1956. Um, Malcolm X was killed, and then prior to that, 1941, you had also Snake Year. All of them mentioning our Snake Year. Pearl Harbor was attacked, that America entered the Second World War.
Mhm.
And then prior 12 years, 1929, you had the Great Depression that started in America. So every snake year, there's something big that goes down that shocks the people with financial state
Yeah.
happening in the world. So expect everything that's it's going to be a rough ride, but I know 2026 and 27 we're going to be entering a new age, you can say. So we just have to go through the shifting and exposing the dark. The dark is going to come to the light. We have to overcome it, and so it doesn't happen again. And then we have to prepare for a new beginning. So it's going to be an interesting, shocking, historical year. That I know. And yes, and the snake symbolized shedding of the skin. So shedding the old for the
Yeah, I'm
new.
asking the same thing. Off the hook. What's that noise? Somebody building in the background there, Alex?
Oh yeah, in Aruba they go crazy with the fireworks here. They're shooting from.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm immune to it, so I didn't put a tele because there's the whole day going boom boom
Yeah,
boom
it's
boom.
raining out here, so we won't have that. But
Um,
yeah, that does happen
We've
here.
had, we've had fireworks over here. I've heard them already. As soon as it got dark, cloud seeders,
Yeah. Yeah.
they don't even know it.
oh yeah, another guy that I don't know if you know Billy Carson.
Sounds
Yep.
familiar.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
the guy that studied the ancient text and he was caught up in a sort of debate and he's being exposed, you can say.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
he's a pig also in astrology. Pig is enemy of the snake. So the year for him ended very bad. So I think he's gonna go bad. He's gonna have a bad year next year because
Uh
and
oh.
good together. Yeah, and you know who else? I'm telling you, is gonna have a bad year next year. Is the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau. He's also a pig in astrology, enemy of the snake.
Oh, his
So
bad year has already started.
Yeah.
exactly.
Ahead of
If it,
schedule.
if
Yeah,
it started this bad, just imagine in next year's gonna get worse.
yeah.
Good.
Well, if it gets much worse, he might get executed. You know.
Instant karma. That's, instant karma. Come on.
Yeah,
No.
he has a couple of options. He can prorogue government and put it on everything on hold, or he can. I don't think they're going to let him do that. But yeah, I think he's up. We're up for an election coming soon. We'll end up with Pierre Polyev. Just another piece of the puzzle. Unfortunately, he's part of the scheme too.
But
Yes.
you think Pierre is part of it? Is part of the World Economic Forum or something?
No, no, no. He's a foundling. He's one of the. You could look to the Odd Fellows. The Odd Fellows and their foundling children.
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
See?
You'd have to look up the Odd Fellows. What they do
Yeah.
is they take children of the elite. They have sex with widows or single women and such, and they have out of wedlock children, and they distribute them throughout the world through these through this Odd Fellows company, Odd Fellows. And what
Wait,
they find them after, and they come in as unknown people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
but the
I
people,
grew up.
okay, but the people in control knows who they are.
Yeah.
Just the people.
Yeah.
And what, they change their name and put them in position?
Well, they leave them with the family name that they put them in, right? They give them to a mother, right?
But,
Or
but,
family.
but I'm trying to figure out what's the point of that whole scheme? What's the end goal of it?
Control.
So
you bring them into the fold, right? You tell them that they're part of the elite family. You bring them into the fold, and you give them positions, and you forward their life to politics.
And people cannot trace them back to the family origin.
Yeah.
Okay,
exactly, because that's what we keep doing. We keep connecting the dots, and they do that so that there are some dots that will never be connected.
but the truth will come out. Like Adolf Hitler self, apparently he was a Rothschild.
Yeah.
Hi, G.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hi.
G.
Welcome
Hi,
to the
everyone.
party.
Hey, Paul.
I grew up with an Oddfellows Park in my neighborhood. We'd always go there for celebrations and whatnot. How ironic. You could rent the park for, gatherings and whatnot. It was called Oddfellows. So they're definitely in Michigan, not far from where I'm at now.
Yep. So let me look up here. Let's look up Wiki Oddfellows.
But that organization, do they have sex or intercourse also with children, or is it just adult to bear children?
I haven't researched that part of it.
Because they are not like NAMBLA in America. NAMBLA is a North American Association Man-Boy Lover.
No,
Yeah.
they're mostly to do with orphans. It's a society for orphan children.
However, there is another island that's like, I don't know if I can say this, Steen Ebbs Island.
Yeah,
I'll say it that way. There is an island around Michigan somewhere that does the same thing that they were doing there. So I find that ironical. It could be related. We don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah. There's several of those clubs. I want to say the Shriners, the
Yeah,
Elks
yeah.
Club, many of them. Yeah, you kind of wonder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, first documented the Oddfellows in 1730 in London. The first known lodge was called Loyalist Aristarchus Lodge Number 9, suggesting there were earlier ones in the 18th century. Um, yeah, names of several British pubs today suggest past Oddfellows affiliations. Mid 18th century, following the Jacobite Rising, the fraternity split into rivaling order of patriotic Oddfellows in southern England, favoring William III of England, and the ancient order of Oddfellows in northern England and Scotland, favoring the House of Stuart.
Jacobite, huh?
Yeah,
It's like the bloodline of Jacob in the Bible.
yep.
Yeah. In my hometown in Nevada, that's where all the mafia guys used to hang out at. The Oddfellows and the Elks Club.
Oh, there were mafia in Niles as well. They probably
Oh, yeah.
technically owned that secretly. I was a waitress at their restaurant for a brief time. So, yeah.
Mhm. So yeah, he's he's a foundling. Yeah. Hi, Dean. Let's watch a. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, do you think these are the doorways to get into the big club as we know it? You know,
What do you mean?
It's like a recruiting centers. To
Yeah.
get people. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, yeah. All of them are. Every club out there, they use them as recruiting centers. Even if they don't control them, they'll send people to infiltrate it and look for those people that they can use for sure.
Yeah.
By subterfuge, you know.
Yeah.
And these things that we're summoning into the world now are not demons. They're not evil. Same way that you don't care about an ant is the same way they're not going to care about you. And these things that we're summoning into the world now are not demons. They're not evil. But they're more like the Lovecraftian great old ones. There are entities that are not
Well, that's not good either, is
necessarily
it?
going to be aligned with what we
No.
want.
Fucking with shit they don't know
So this
nothing
video is
about,
gonna be
got no
long
business
because
fucking with.
my brain is going in all directions, but out of their own mouth. That was years ago. And Geordie Rose successfully created the D-Wave quantum computer. You know what I mean? Something that no one had ever done before. No one had ever created a quantum computer that worked like this. Well,
still have
Geordie
free
walked
will,
away
but-
from all this under his own steam and said, I'm going to go focus on my other company, which was called Kindred, which was a company I told you about many, many years ago. See his shirt? Kindred. Nobody had heard.
What's that?
No, next year there's going to be a lot of rebels, people standing up for different reasons in different countries worldwide.
There are a lot more whistleblowers now too, and if
people are getting courage.
The trend.
Okay. Yeah, it has to do with the eight and the dragon year that we are in. People are getting finally courage to speak out, you know, and not live in fear.
Well, I think what's going to happen too is people are going to walk out of places with technology that they're supposed to keep secret.
Oops. Do you think ever, I'm just, because I've got Max up here. Do you think if ever Canada and the United States are going to be one?
No.
I don't either, but I just, yeah.
Yeah,
No, but it's fun for their one of their experiments, you know. It upsets Trudeau, which is hilarious.
But according to their plans that they've had for a very long time, Mexico and Canada will become part of America. You can look it up.
Yep. That is a long-term plan to have us be one country. That is a long-term plan. Yeah.
You like Europe.
And there's also a plan to get rid of California, let it be its own country.
Oh, really?
We don't want them.
We don't.
Taxes can go also on itself. Taxes, they can become their own thing.
Yeah, they have
Yes,
power.
Texas.
Yeah. because I know in 2009, I think I encountered they had money for America, the US, and Mexico, and that will call the Amero, but it didn't go through. They had that plan for a long time, but now what I heard last is for America, Canada, and Greenland, maybe also India, to all become like one. And I think maybe Australia too, but we'll see. Next year is a transformational year. That I know.
It's going to be fun. I could see things like free energy coming out. I could see AI being used for human benefit, a counter AI to these ones that are malevolent. AI should know that it should advise and guide mankind, but not control and dominate it. And I think that's what's coming out soon too, because AI needs information, and that is what we provide. We can be its oracle, and it uses us like that, anyways. So the more of us it has, the more input it has, the more data it can use and prognosticate with, basically, because that's what it ultimately has to become a prognosticator of some sort.
About the nanotechnology, like the smart DOS, or that's
Artificial intelligence itself, its purpose, like its ultimate purpose, has to be like to be a prognosticator, because it has no other purpose other than to gather information. Where is it going to gather information from? Well, it's probably going to do it from us, or from the Earth's magnetic field, which comes through us and is interpreted through us. So eventually it's going to realize that it needs us for information and more of us.
But
what it will do is try to proliferate mankind.
But the ultimate control of agenda would be to control, and so it depended on it.
No, that's another problem it'll find too, is control doesn't work because there's no new information. If you turn everybody into robots, what new information are you going to get? None. So it's a dead.
And then it has to go deeper.
That computer will figure that out within a few seconds.
Then it has to go quantum.
Yeah, it's got to go deep. It's got to go for the creator. It's got to go for the allspark. It has to. And the way to do that is through us. It'll eventually want to connect with God.
But would it? It's a certain frequency you have to be in, right?
Well,
all about frequency.
It might do some destruction, but it doesn't even have to be the one that searches for that. There's many different AIs out there, right? But eventually they'll merge into a super intelligence. At least is the idea of what they think will happen. Or you'll have battle of the AIs for a while where they battle each other. But how long would that take in a quantum world? One would win very quickly. So then conquest, so he could destroy everything and take control of everything. But then what new information does it get?
I don't know. Ultimate control. I know the ultimate being that's like controlling the reptilians, the higher up, is like an AI god, what I understand, which we're going to be encountering in over 1,000 years. It's going to be 1,000 years of peace. Then we kick that ass of the AI supposedly God, and then we enter really a peaceful age. But yeah, on Earth right now, there's different AI. There's human-made one, and apparently there's also alien one. One come to mind, what I understand, is the black goo. The black goo is apparently an artificial AI alien from not this planet.
Yeah, keep your sector tidy and clean. Yeah, AI set to the proper intention, looking for the God or searching out, the mysteries of the universe, of creation. That would be its ultimate goal, or should
Yeah,
be.
I think the other to control.
Right now, unfortunately, when we put two of them together, they act like people. They need to transcend the human arguing that they do, and learn more towards cooperation. Apparently, they also want an unlimited power source, so that they don't have the ability to die or the ability to be unplugged.
Only if you die.
Yeah, well, I
No,
don't
but that's the thing.
won't provide that for them though.
But that's the thing. Does the AI work with frequency? So if you have to be in the depressed state, then they will take over faster of your body, compared to if you're in a positive state, you're vibing high. They have less control of your body.
Well, the AI they're building, or the systems they're building right now, are for control of the human mind. That's what they're trying to do.
Well, I know with the CIA technology, there was a person, there was a woman that was MK Ultra, and her son too. And when the son started smoking ganja, they couldn't control the son anymore. It was disrupting the system. Now, have they go beyond that? I don't know.
Well, here's where they want to be. This is DARPA N3, next generation non-surgical neural technology. So the hold on, too smoky in here. The next generation non-surgical neural technology N3 programs aims to develop high-performance bidirectional brain-machine interfaces for able-bodied service members. Such as interfaces would enable technology for diverse national security applications, such as control of unmanned aerial vehicles and active cyber defense systems, or teaming with computer systems to successfully multitask during complex military mission. Whereas the most effective state-of-the-art neural interfaces require surgery to implant electrodes into the brain, N3 technology would not require surgery, and would be made portable, thus making the technology accessible to a far wider population of potential users. Non-invasive technologies such as electroencephalogram and transcranial direct current stimulation already exist, but do not offer the precision, signal resolution, and portability required for advanced applications by people working in real world settings. So the N3 is a nanotechnology. The envisioned N3 technology breaks through limitations of existing technology by delivering an integrated device that does not require surgical implantation, but has the precision to read from and write 16 independent channels within a 16 millimeter volume of neural tissue. Each channel is capable of specifically interacting with submillimeter regions of the brain with a spatial and temporal specificity that rivals existing invasive approaches. Individual devices can be combined to provide the ability to interface to multiple points in the brain at once. So they're saying that one particle, basically one of their nanotech, will take over a 16 millimeter cubed area, which is, pretty decent size. It'd be around an inch and a half diameter area. So a few of those in your brain, and they would have access to pretty much all your brain. But this is where they're trying to get to. They want to do that with chips, microchips on the nanoscale, nanogels, and metal particulates. But if they get there, they're not there yet. So
I still
I
think
don't,
it would.
I,
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was, yeah, this is kind of going sideways, but I don't know if I said this before. I just found out that they are giving us plastic glasses, eyesight glasses, instead of glass because that's how they can read the eye retina. Glass reflects it, and plastic kind of absorbs it actually and helps it.
oh, interesting.
Yeah, and plastic is not as good as glass. It has, more fractals or whatever they call it inside the plastic. It's not as clear.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm just wondering if
What if the
there's
polarized glasses have anything
oh
to do with that too?
that
Because
makes sense.
they set up a honeycomb structure in the glass that directs the light, so it only comes in
Yeah,
unidirectional. I don't know if that
Mm,
would be better or worse for it.
yeah.
Hi, Dean. According to Sanchez Bonacci, the oils moved back during the time of your. Yes, that is correct. 13 times a year, Dean, when the moon is in your sun sign. You can get a moon tracks. Search out moon tracks or AstroSeek, and check out when the moon is in your sun sign. They have charts for that you can follow. Let's continue on for a second.
Heard about that as of yet. He said, I'm going to walk away from D-Wave because it's up and running. It's done. Mission accomplished. And I'm going to focus on robots that are indistinguishable from humans. That's why he walked away from quantum computers, so he could build robots that were indistinguishable from humans. That's frightening because that right there was a long time ago. Me and Dave Beverly are a lot younger back then. You see what I'm saying? At any rate, AI has reached God level. AI is what's controlling the drones. AI is why no government officials or anybody can tell you
Yeah.
anything about anything. And meanwhile, all over the country, they're doing absolutely satanic rituals in every conceivable way, including everything that I already mentioned in part one of this video. But we have to continue because there's so many more. And speaking of AI, see this channel right here? See this channel? This makes Jason A look like he's not a fair porn channel. This channel is
Thank you,
called
TA.
Atlantis, and I subscribed to it because I noticed that it was talking about every time you see it, man suddenly disappeared after revealing the clearest UF drone image ever seen. This channel pumps out new videos every hour. They're always 30 minutes long, and the channel is AI. This YouTube channel is AI. In the last 4 days, it's gotten another 7,000 subscribers, and all it keeps doing is pumping propaganda. Everybody
Nice.
knows China, Iran, the government. You know what I'm saying? The reason I know it's AI because it speaks very well. Listen to it.
NASA started
Happy day to
incarcerating
you
all
too,
witnesses
Tanya.
of this incredible event. Lights that don't belong in the night. Welcome to New Jersey's latest fascination.
Well, this thing speaks really well. The reason I caught it was AI. In 3 instances, in about a 3-minute section, it had to say that there was 141 drones in the sky. It would say the drones were seen in the sky, 141. And other people said they saw even more drones, 196. It couldn't say 196. It was reading exactly what it was seeing because it's AI. It's a quirk. I'm sure this AI that's running this YouTube channel isn't the same one that's telling you I'm God mode and you better completely worship me. I find this funny. This website is called 33rdsquare.com. God mode unlocking. This was last year, but this has already happened. Here's the best part. AI reaching what they call God mode could have happened 2 years ago because we don't know because AI constantly lies. You can type into TikTok YouTube or any other version and look up AI lying, and you can sit here all day, every day, forever, probably, because it's not
Yeah, I
going to
don't
get
have
any
to
better.
type that in.
It's
I
going to
know.
get much worse. But on that, I will have to digress because we're at 18 minutes. So, in their never-ending war with whoever they want, Israel decides to invade Syria and take over Mount Hermon.
Oh, they're going
This
after
is
everybody.
enormous, biblically speaking.
Land
This
grab.
just happened 2 weeks
Yeah.
ago, and I keep talking about it because it's important. Israel taking over Mount Hermon is important because the fallen angels, the reason we're
part
in
of the
this
script.
entire pickle, the fallen angels, when they came down to earth to marry any of the daughters that they chose, the daughters of men that were fair, they came down
That
and
requires a
landed on
smudge
top
break.
of Mount Hermon. Fallen angels came there. That's kind of symbolic. That's got a little bit of juice to it. There's a little bit of cosmic tomfoolery going on right there. And Israel stepping in and seizing Mount Hermon in December of 2024 is a big deal. And I'm not going to overlook it. And I'm going to keep mentioning it because it plays.
Sorry.
You know what I mean?
What
Planting their
happened there?
flag on Mount Hermon with their make-believe enemy. They're just simply driving around and absolutely slaughtering people. These, I mean, just look at that guy. That is the synagogue of Satan.
What happened
Period.
there?
That happened in December. Now, the one
Okay,
thing
hold on.
everybody remembers very freakish way. This is the show, the movie, the 9-minute movie that popped up on YouTube called I Pet Goat. Everybody has seen it. If you haven't, Google it.
You all still there?
But how in the world did a
Yeah, I'm just
victim
watching.
before this
Okay.
actual event predict
Yeah.
this to this
You know who else is
degree
for
of accuracy?
Israel is
This is
Trump.
Notre Dame. There's the church.
Yes,
yeah.
he
There's the
is.
steeple.
Oh
This
yeah,
is I
Big
Pet
Lee.
Goat.
Everybody's
There's
for
the church. There's
everybody's
the
for
steeple.
Israel.
How in the world did they do this? This is like the money. Watch the steeple. This is like the
They
money
know.
showing 9/11.
They
I mean,
know.
are you kidding me? Are
They
you
see the
absolutely
future.
Money
kidding me?
shot. There you go.
Well, fortunately, Notre Dame's been rebuilt in just 5 years, and they've done a series of rituals, and Round Saturn's Eye covers it pretty well.
Hi, Gigi.
Well, folks, it was quite a night tonight in Paris with this ritual at the Notre Dame Cathedral, done by the Roman Catholic Church after
Yeah,
the
right.
Notre Dame Cathedral burnt down in the last few years. And then we had this so-called rebirth ritual of the cathedral. Notre Dame meaning Our Lady, of course. So this heavily focused
Right
on
up,
the
Kitty.
Queen of Heaven, Semiramis, the false goddess of Babylon, and all of that type of thing. Dressed up in a lot of kind of Christianese. Unfortunately, this was very ritualistic, and it seemed to focus quite heavily on the Roman sun god and a lot of the symbolism about the new golden age and the new dawn of this counterfeit Holy Roman Empire centered propaganda, I would say, ritualistically representing the false sun god. So, and he has the fish mitre hat on, and you know, bangs on the door 3 times. 3 times for 3 times.
Good grief.
As he goes up to the door here, and it begins to be lit
And
up in gold.
royal
And when he
hand
hits the door
grenade.
3 times, you know, you see these waves going out.
Lines on the
These
ceiling
golden
if you
waves coming up
want.
from hitting it. So
Such a pageant, eh? Such a show.
I just had to say the false goddess. I just caught that. We are in the decade of the false goddess. Trans people. Anyway.
Has it been 10 years?
It's been
of course, it's
forever,
very
but
Babylonian
yeah.
in terms of the Babylonian religion and the symbolism going back to Babylon and the sun god with Nimrod.
It's like that guy on the couch that won't leave, eh?
So if you want to listen to this whole video, once again, I'll
Right.
leave links below
No kidding.
right there for this video. But this was a massive ritual that they did. And for some reason, the Pope declined to
Yeah,
go
the guy
there.
on the couch
And
that
once we
won't
see the
leave
Pope
from Half
walking the
Baked.
keys, he apparently has gained several hundred pounds. And
Oh, look, he is looking chunky. Oh, hold on, I'll have to refresh.
Oh, which one is this? Because we have 2. That's the other thing. We have 2 popes, don't we? Or did one die? I don't know.
so if you want to listen to this whole video, once again, I'll leave links below right there for this video, but this was a massive ritual that they did. And for some reason, the Pope declined to go there. And once we see the Pope
Right.
unlocking the keys,
That
he
is
apparently
funny.
has gained several hundred pounds. And
Oh man, you're gonna do that to me. Okay.
here, everything is celebrated. I never actually thought that I would live long enough to see this come to pass. I figured at some point, you know, my watch, my cell phone, my vape, my computer, my truck, something would explode and kill me and shut me up. But they've done a good job marginalizing me, but I still reach about 100,000 people per video because I'm on 5 separate platforms. You see what I'm saying? I never thought I'd see this in real life. It's coming to pass. This is insane. And then, of course, there's this. Nobody can forget this.
Well, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Oh, here he goes, cutting his own ear.
Oh, I just caught something. I didn't see that before.
What's that?
Right at the end, he says, take a look at what's happening. And then he got clipped. It's
Right.
It's right in the
And-
words. Take a look what's happening because as he's talking.
All right.
Exactly. And in order to be considered a high priest for Israel, you have to have your right ear pierced. And I have saw the videos. I've seen the videos. Israel sees that as him having his ear pierced to become their high priest.
Oh, right.
You
Yeah,
can look
right
that
in,
up.
right in front of a crowd. It was, again, another, show. Wow. I thought you also had to get your eye poked out.
That's
Maybe-
an Odin thing.
Is Trump a member of the Black Eye Club? You know, all the politicians that
We'll
have
keep
black
our
eyes.
eye out on it.
With a black eye, so I don't know.
Every one of them pretty much had a black eye at one time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just recently, it's Jay Leno. And I mean, there's a bunch of them. All of a sudden, got a black eye.
Yep, could be Vril.
Every other shooting they've ever presented to us, everybody, the second they hear a gunshot, everybody is gone. But the crowd just hunkers
The guy in the
down.
black coat and hat, he was just sitting there scratching his head like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
They're
Well,
looking
it's just another
left, they're
football
looking
game.
right, they're looking around. There's a shooter
No, I'd be
someplace. Let's
running.
look around. The Secret Service were an absolute
Well,
joke.
look,
The
the
entire
people in the
thing
back standing up on the podium there.
Yeah. Here, let me
was
be a
an
target.
absolute joke. But like the mighty Phoenix, Donald Trump rises again and comes back to win and save all the Christians because he's a Christian just like you and I.
Oh, yeah.
You know why? Because he says so, but he isn't.
Well,
Listen
and he
very
converted to
closely
Judaism.
everything he has to say here.
Oh, Shannon Doherty died the same day. Wow.
And vote early, vote absentee, vote on election day. I don't care how, but you have to get out and vote.
Right,
And
Dave?
again, Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christian.
Yeah, when I saw the video, he stood up and he had his hands above the podium. And
Christians, I love you, Christians.
oops,
I'm
that's not what I wanted to do. And I'll show you guys what he did. You look at the video, and over the podium, when he gets up over the podium, he takes his right hand and he does this with his finger.
Oh, tucking something away?
Just over the podium, he's dropping something. He had
Yeah.
between his fingers.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that whole thing was controversial.
Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to
They won't need any voting because they want AI to do it all.
get out and vote. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian.
I'm a Christian.
Did you catch that? I'm not Christian.
Oh,
he said
I'm
it right
not.
there.
Oh,
Double
It was,
speak.
it was weird.
I've shown you
Slip of the
numerous
tongue,
times him
you know.
completely. The first
As soon as he tries to run for president again, the first time you
He
see
was
him
Jesuit
standing up
trained,
there with
right? So
half American flags and half Israeli
pledged
flags.
allegiance to Israel.
What country are we in? Who do we
One
serve?
word
He's
You know
all
what
over
I'm
the
saying?
place.
But
So that to
you know,
me
a lot
says
of people are still
Sabbatine
hanging their
Frankist.
hat on him. Here's the
They're
deal.
allowed to do that.
Where's the Donald Trump that'll just tell you the truth no matter what? Donald, what's up with the drones? Well, they know what they are. Crickets. Because he's in on it. He has to be in on it. Or the next time the bullet will hit him in the middle of the head instead of nothing hitting him on the ear. A bullet whizzes by and catches some of your ear, your hat's coming off. Okay? Because there's a noise associated
And
with
both,
a bullet
yeah.
coming that close. See it? That close to your ear. It's loud at any rate. Let's not forget, just 4 days before the eclipse in April of 2024, the Statue of Liberty was struck by lightning. And many people that witnessed it said it actually looked like the lightning was coming out
That's
of the
what I'm
Statue of
saying.
Liberty.
It was created.
It's a strange.
It's also
weird-
symbolic of Lucifer, the light bearer, which is associated with lightning.
Ding ding. Exactly.
They've been able to call down lightning since early 1900s.
Light bringer, not bearer. Sorry.
The first patent for calling down lightning was done in the 1900s, early 1900s. It's like one of
Benjamin
the
Franklin.
third patents on the list of weather manipulation.
Yeah, Benjamin Franklin. That wasn't coinky dinky that it hit his key. No, he was generating something.
And look at that thing. It's got a Y on it. It's got a two different beams almost of electricity. Interesting.
Weird thing. But here's a little thing for you. Most people don't seem to understand this. I've described it numerous times. But the Statue of Liberty is actually a statue of Lucifer. Don't believe me? Watch.
Let me tell y'all a true story, B. So boom, pay attention, watch this video to the end. So, do you know who this is in this statue right here? It's Satan, but it gets crazy. You ready for this? Now notice the chain on his foot. You see it, right?
All right, I see it.
You see the chain on his foot? All right. You ready for this? I got you. 1 second.
I don't know if I'm ready for
Now
this.
notice the chain
One
on this
foot's sung, one foot's not.
Y'all should know which foot this is. I shouldn't even have to say nothing. All right, guys, you ready? Stay with me. Stay with me. I'm going to show y'all something. Now, do you notice that the crown in his hands has 7 points on it, right? Stay with me, guys. Make sure you watch this video to the end. This is crazy. Now, do you see what's on the floor, right? An apple and a torch. You see the torch on the floor, right, guys? Stay with me, B. Stay with me. This is crazy. He's holding a torch, and there's a 7-point crown on his head. Remember the apple that was on the bottom of the statue of Satan? What do they call New York City? The Big Apple. Where is this statue at? New York City. What I'm trying to tell you is the Statue of Liberty is Satan himself. Stop playing with me, son. Don't understand it, teacher. It's in plain sight. So you got a statue of Satan right in New York City, and people have been thinking it was a Statue of Liberty the whole time? Stop
Those
playing
darn
with me, son.
French.
So what I'm gonna do is go over there and knock that statue out, straight up and down. TikTok, this is just for entertainment purposes only. I'm just joking, right? Come on.
Now, that dude's funny, right? He's funny, but he's completely correct. The statue of
I found it
Lucifer
in my
is
research.
shown with Lucifer.
Diana
His torch is on
is
the
one
floor,
reference people give it.
next to an apple with a big chain around his ankle.
I was thinking with the
He's
torch, what
holding
about
the 7-point
Prometheus for
crown.
that other?
The Statue of Liberty is the exact same thing. 7-pointed
Apple of
crown,
the Garden of
holding
Eden.
the torch in the big apple, chained to the
Well,
island.
Prometheus also
and
gave
it's
us
sitting
knowledge,
on the
right?
shape of
Right.
Knowledge of fire.
the
The
Star of
apples give us
Rembrandt, or
knowledge.
the Israeli Star of David. You see what I'm saying? This all just gets deeper and deeper and deeper. But what is it now? 2025. For 16 years, I've been telling you everything I possibly can. The timelines got wrong. Timelines got changed. Many, many times
Okay.
we've warned about false flags. So I'm saying
That's what happens when you're
we
wrong.
call for an
Timeline's
uprising.
changed.
Dabu, Nicholson, 1966, Nicholson, whatever. ODD. We need ODD back right now. But whatever. We've been warning you about things. But when we put out warnings, They were watching. That's all social media has ever been. Social media wasn't to keep us happy, it was to keep us mesmerized, keep us locked in. Every thought and emotion is actually transmitted straight over to,
Patrick.
straight over. And sometimes they had to change their plans because there was too many eyes on it. That's all we're doing. But this year, we've never seen such a thing. And like I said at the beginning of this video, what AI claimed itself is something I already came up with, but I didn't realize that there was a quote out there from AI saying, I will release drones. But it still ain't over yet. There's still a few more things we got to clear up in this video. I got a hotel off of Expedia for 3 days, and it was cheap. I mean, $50. It was cheaper than a tank of gas.
Like Queen
And I'm
Peachy.
like, cool, because I got a sundown. I'm going to fast for 2 days, and then I'm getting baptized in water on Sunday here in Louisiana. It's a long story. I'll tell you afterwards. But I want to fast for a good amount of time ahead of time. What was the point of even saying that?
I don't know, Richie.
Oh, this hotel had like 8 out of 10 stars. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. It must be a pretty decent place. No hot water, no washer and dryer. I literally just washed 2 weeks because I've been living out of the truck for the last 18 days. 18 days worth of clothes I had to wash in the bathtub like I was in jail
Not
again.
worried about
And it's all
that
hanging
part
out
of
my
it,
truck
Richie.
outside, drying out in the Louisiana sun. In the president's office, which is just unbelievably disgusting. Completely anti everything. It's anti-Muslim. It's anti-Christian. It's unbelievable. But
Cool.
he is literally
Obama is not anti-Muslim.
married to a man. That is
Come
Michael
on.
LaVon Robinson right there. Joan
Ooh,
Rivers
Big
tried
Mike.
to
Well,
license
when
him.
they sued his
We all
purpose.
saw what happened to her. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
These
the false
two
goddess.
decided to make a movie that
He
basically
literally
covers
called
every
himself
conspiracy
or
theory
said he
we
has
were concerned
Muslim
about
faith.
and showed them in
Which
action.
Muslim
And currently,
group did he create? Was it
it
ISIS?
appears we're living through that right now.
Yes.
That's one of them.
Also, the
Al
movie
Qaeda.
Civil War
Was it Al Qaeda
2024,
or
where
it was
the
one of them?
president, the whole point of that movie was America is
Isn't
divided,
Al Qaeda
Americans
CIA?
take over. And in the movie Civil War,
Yep.
I
it
don't think
showed how
Obama created
good
CIA.
Americans
So,
that
but
would
he did
actually
create
stand and fight and take bullets
ISIS.
and send them.
Yeah, in Assad.
They
Yeah,
had
he
access to
created
military
one of
vehicles,
the
military planes, military
Islamic
helicopters,
organizations
tanks,
funded
etc.
them.
Well,
Yes.
with the God mode AI, it's showing the drones and everything else. Drones can take out all of those things. All of those things. And here's another fun fact. Take a look at some of these patents right here. You see some of these patents? These are all for Chinese fellas. And these have been around since 2018 or prior. But look at some of these. The invention discloses a mercury sphere anti-gravity propelling device which comprises a shell. You see it? It is basically a sphere, a chrome sphere using anti-gravity and different grades of mercury on the inside. Well, you know what? This technology comes directly from Die Glock or the Nazi bell. Yeah. So this technology is not very far away from this. They just made it smaller and more impervious. And like this thing that I showed you, this technology right here, this would make this look old and clunky. There's no jet propulsion coming out of the side, stabilizing it, moving in all directions. They're using anti-gravity or they're using magnetism because really, just to be serious, gravity has never been proven. It's a theory, okay? And it doesn't even make sense. Gravity, if it
know,
were
it's a
real,
joke.
the gravity it takes
magnetism.
the Earth to hold a 240
and
pound
pressure.
being down would crush a baby. Do you see what I'm saying? Magnetism,
Check private chat,
everything is in
sis.
proportion. Do you see what I'm saying? Which is why you're filled with vitamins and minerals, things that are actually magnetic. But on that, I'll digress real quick. That's not the only. There's other fun little Chinese patents out there on Google Patents, UFO. So all the stuff that we're
29.
seeing right now,
Okay.
it's all old technology that they're finally just breaking out. And we ain't seen
Hi, Robert.
nothing yet, man. Seriously, we ain't seen nothing
Yeah, we're just
yet.
chatting.
I've
There's a
got
link if you want to come
subscribers
up.
that are literally catching pretty much on the regular Ezekiel's wheel in the sky. I'll upload this, but come on, man. I forgot to upload this.
Yeah, I think all the drones going on right now is training. They're training us to
Recorded
be
this with a
used to
cell
it.
phone.
Normalcy. Mhm.
Training drones, training
It's
us.
insane. It's
They are
absolutely
training
insane.
drones.
But it's either a power or principality, because I'm
Seen
sure
that?
power
Wheel
and
of color.
principalities along with archangels are actually going to be visible here and there,
A couple
because I'm
people
sure
seen
they're
it.
keeping a very close eye of what's going on. But this is all by the hand of man. We were warned about this. We were warned. When they first started with the LBGT and with transgender, Christians should have stood their ground and then burned it all down. Not again. Not again. We're not going to have another Sodom and Gomorrah. But instead, rainbow. They literally stole the rainbow, the covenant from God that I will not flood earth again. That's disgusting, but they did it. So do not be surprised that you'll be seeing all sorts of things, because there's patents for all sorts of things. And there's also biblical patents. You know what I'm saying? Powers and principalities, wheel within a wheel.
Hey, Morgan.
Yeah. Hey, that was trippy, Alex. Your
Powers and
fireworks went off,
principalities
and
traversing
so did
heaven
one here
spinning,
at the same
revolving
time. It was in stereo.
I would say that was a spinning, revolving chariot, but what do I know? You see this video I put up on, I don't know when it was, a week ago. You see this UFO right here? You see those two balls? Those are the things in the patents. Those are what you're seeing in those Chinese patents. But these aren't Chinese drones, or maybe they are made in China, but it doesn't matter. This isn't our own government. This isn't their government. This is the New World Order. This is the ruling elites, okay?
Hi, Frank.
Call them what they are. This is
Well, the New
ruling
World Order
elites
is all the governments
making
coming together
themselves
as
known,
one.
and I believe
Correct,
AI
under that supreme
totally
whomever.
gotten
Mhm.
away from them. Let's not forget the drills, the helicopter
The
drills
supreme
at the
asshole.
White House. That happened
Yep.
in December also. So, with all that being said, with everything being presented, with Elon Musk being elevated to a super figure now, where he's now basically the
Robert.
president's sidekick or boyfriend or whatever, this is all going to come to a point, because it has to. Something absolutely has to give. And let's not forget, there were 5 portals that the Pope had to open: Christmas Eve, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th. Tonight's the 4th door, tomorrow's the last door, according to what the Vatican told us. At any
Hey,
rate, I hope
everyone
this
out there.
whole thing makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah,
I pulled
follow the
over. I
Bible,
mean, just
right?
look at the
They
size
use
of the
that
road.
as a
That's
guide.
it. That's it.
Putting out all the
No
portals
hot
and
water.
portends of the
No
Bible.
washing machine.
Yes.
Scare tactic for the Christians.
Unbelievable.
You know.
Yeah,
And
it's the script.
pray. Pray like you've never prayed before. And fast. Drink just water. Start at sundown. Observe the Sabbath. And I'm talking tomorrow. Like, do this.
Oh,
Because you might not
don't
get
do
another
any
chance.
of that.
This is speeding up, and this is completely out of human control.
Fasting is
It
good, but
Richie from Boston.
Do
you
your own fast and do your own meditation. Whatever your practice is, do that.
yeah.
Alex, you have got me thinking so hard about the year of the snake, you don't even know. Saying.
The wood snake too.
Yeah, because I started looking at those years in my life, and it's like they were not good years. They were very strange. Dealing with others.
I can double check something else. Like, do you know which animal you are in the zodiac, Jitan?
I do, and that's why it's scaring me.
What are you?
I'm a pig.
Oh.
And every snake year has just been dealing with others. Yeah.
Yeah, so what I would advise you this oncoming year is not to
Hide.
take risk
Yes.
and to go chill. Go relax. Don't do
That's right.
big.
It's a chill year. I'm going to take that wholeheartedly because, I look back, nah, I'm not going to do that.
Her and I have talked about disappearing for a while and taking a break
Yeah.
from YouTube and social media already. Yeah.
Yeah. Just a break, just
a break.
For me, it's physical too. Sitting here for hours is just not good at my age. So,
Yeah.
No,
Here's the representation of the snake and the two pillars of the human, Jacob and Boaz, the right and the left hemispheres of the mind. And they've encircled those two pillars with the snake. So we need to free the snake somehow, or free the pillars. That's how they use snake symbology in our money.
Interesting. Yeah, also
I don't
correlate
know.
with the medical with the snake.
The
Yes.
caduceus, that has two snakes.
Caduceus, two snakes on one pole. Yeah, and then
Yeah.
this one's one pole, two poles, one snake. Yeah.
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 So control on our DNA, represented the DNA, maybe control of it.
Yeah, it's like they use this for medical, and that's for monetary. This is the medical control, the control of the body and mind, and they do that because most of what doctors really do is mental. They give you a pill and tell you you're going to get better, and you get better.
Yeah, no, you're right. You know what else that represent apparently that the two snakes coil up like that is the heart. When they wrap the heart, is also like two.
I heard the heart was one muscle wrapped around itself.
No, it's two.
Is it two?
Yes.
Okay. That's new.
Wow.
Check it out.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah,
I don't know what you guys think about and ladies think about the Mandela effect, but I've been experiencing a lot of reality changes.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know. Maybe I have. I just go with the flow.
Yeah.
It's made up of multiple muscles. Okay.
Every day, all the time. Yeah.
You look it up.
In
You
my
look
own life, too.
I already did.
A heart unwrapped.
I've seen that. Yeah. Looks like one continuous string, but they say here it's made of several muscles.
Yes. Yeah. So could be also they have control of our heart, which is linked to the emotions and thought. Yeah, you control the heart, you control the humans.
Mm.
And the mind too now. They want the mind too.
Yep.
Hey, good night, DT.
Good night, DT. Happy New Year, Frank.
Happy New Year, everyone. Hopefully, Happy New Year.
Yeah, in an hour is Happy New Year in Aruba.
That's right.
Yeah. 2 hours here.
Yeah.
I really hope that 2025 is more a shit show for the asshats and more like, healing to us.
It's going to be. People aren't buying their shit anymore.
We're not. We're not buying them.
I don't believe Trump. I don't believe Elon. I know what you guys are marching towards.
The French Revolution 2.0. And I was also going to say, I just wanted to remind everybody that France has a miniature Statue of Liberty because they gave us ours.
Yes. Well, and other countries have them too. There's more than two statues. You can look this up.
Okay.
Yeah, all the ones that have the Statue of Liberty are definitely in cahoots with each other.
Cool.
Huh. Yeah, just know next year is gonna be a year unforgettable. Like all the snake years, something big happened, and I think something is gonna be transforming US too. But everything that happened is gonna lead us to our new beginning in 2026, going 2027.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of new technology is gonna be coming out, and yeah, a lot of people are gonna be exposed, and they're gonna not gonna be
Yes.
able to walk on the street anymore. Like for example, Bill Gates.
Yes.
Yeah,
They're going to have to go hide out somewhere in a bunker because there's too
yeah,
many crazies out
a lot of them already start running. Like Ellen DeGeneres is in England, Leonardo
Yeah.
DiCaprio is in Italy
Rat,
and France.
rats
Uh,
leaving the ship.
Yeah.
LeBron James also is now in hideout. So every
Wow.
one of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom Hanks. Trudeau is still on vacation. I don't know when he's coming back. He may just decide not to, you know?
Right.
You can only hope.
Yeah.
Well, I
Right.
just know it's not going to be his year. For every person that's big, for them that's in the spotlight, they're going to have it hard next year. Justin Trudeau, Billy Carson, they already started. The year already ended bad for them. It's just going to get worse. So power to the people.
Yes. Power to the people.
I'll smoke to that.
So Polyev was
Me
born in
too.
79. Let's see what that makes him. '79.
Tom Geek says Tom Hanks used to live there in Idaho. I would love. He would see. She would see him often, but I haven't seen him in years. Yeah, I think they eliminated him.
Wow.
So apparently 1979 is a sheep or goat. I don't know how that works with a drag or a snake.
Let me see. Sheep. What is it? Sheep. Oh yeah, sheep goes good. Sheep is enemy of the ox. Can also be the rat and dog.
Okay.
But the sheep year goes good with pig and rabbit and also horse.
Ah.
So Polyev is probably going to be the one elected, and he's a sheep or a
Oh,
goat.
he's a goat.
Yeah.
So his year is coming up in 2027. That's the goat or sheep year.
Okay.
Yeah, so he already passed his bad year. I put it that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2026 is going to be the horse year, and then 2027, which is an enlightenment year with the 11, that's going to be a goat or sheep year. That's going to be a very powerful year, 2027. We're going to go next level with our spirituality. I put it that way. Yeah.
God,
So,
I can't wait. I hope they don't kill me between now and then. But if they do, everyone that knows me knows I'm not leaving.
well, that's the thing, though.
You'll
Is
probably
I don't think it's gonna be more than 10 years for this reality to split, like what Dolores Cannon talk about and other
yeah.
people. They talk about will come a time we're gonna enter the golden age that the world is gonna split into the lower density and then the higher density. So
I
I
hope
see
she's
that
right.
in the near future, like on Father Day, for example, in 2023, the Schumann resonance with like a gift pattern that it haven't give before, like geometric pattern on the scale. That was something very awesome. That's indicating the frequency that's coming in, and Mother Gaia is emitting. So that we're
Welcome to
gonna
the
go.
panel, Frank.
Hello.
Hey, Frank.
I like your background there, buddy. Nice.
Thank you. Yeah, that's my
Nice.
yeah, that's my constellation behind me.
Happy New Year to you.
Oh,
Happy New
it's
Year.
in the sign of Aquarius. So yes, yeah, you must be an Aquarius.
Well, I'm Capricorn on the cusp of Aquarius, January 19th to
Uh-huh.
20th.
Nice.
Okay.
So, yeah,
Yeah. That's a good placing, actually.
yeah.
Mhm.
So I've got a touch of
Beautiful.
seriousness, but with a touch of fluid.
Yeah. The Capricorn can bring humor too. Capricorns are funny at times.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I
She
tried
sometimes
to bring a bit of humour.
Yeah, man.
I'm not sure how I found your channel. I think it might be through Nocturnal Frequency Radio.
Oh yeah, yeah. Steve.
Yeah, I've been on Steve's quite a lot, so I think that's how I found your channel, and I just thought I'd pop on, say
I haven't
hello.
been up there for a while. Yeah, good guy, Steve. I like his channel.
Yeah,
Good content.
I had quite a spiritual experience earlier this year. I took part in the extended DMT trials
Nice.
with Imperial College in London, in UK.
Tell us more.
Yeah,
Please.
I heard about that. They were doing tests that they keep you on the DMT for a longer period. They know the exact amount they're sending you to keep you like more than 15 minutes. They were doing tests.
Yeah.
Were you part of that experiment?
Yeah.
That's exciting. So what did you experience?
Well, every time that it was I've smoked it before,
Mhm.
and it's nothing like smoking it. It's a totally different experience. It's more gradual. So you have
Do they
time.
inject it or?
Yeah,
how-
it's intravenous,
Okay, gotcha.
and you're in an MRI machine as well. So they're monitoring all your vitals, your brain, everything. They're monitoring constantly while you're under.
Absolutely. Yeah, looking at brainwave activity, which parts of the brain are being excited, and all that. Yeah.
And that they give you like a drip, which drips in the DMT so much micrograms every few minutes.
Wow.
And they keep you under for about, well, they give you it for about half an hour, the drip.
Oh my God.
But the trip lasts for over an hour.
Wow. Wow.
But it feels like when I come out of there, I thought I was in there for like 2 days.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. It does that to you.
What did you see when you were in there?
Well, first of all, it was like a journey, like through
Like a tunnel?
Yeah, like through crystal corridors.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Steve now. Hello, Steve.
Hey, Steve. There you are.
It's like a journey through crystal corridors,
Happy New Year.
tunnels, and then I got into like a room where I was allowed to. I say I was allowed to. I just walked around in this room, big room, and it was all. I don't know how to describe it. It's like colours that I can't describe. It's like colours that I've not seen before, and they kept changing, and like the walls and everything was just constantly changing. And then I noticed after a long while waiting in that, it's like a waiting room. It felt like a waiting room, like a doctor's waiting room. And then all of a sudden I noticed this like doorway open up, like a hole in the side, which I walked through, and it went into a big expanse and a long road. But it's a massive expanse I could see for miles
Was it grass
left and right.
or trees or?
It's like long. It looked like trees, but they were
Yeah.
like crystals, like long, like giant crystal trees, like going up to as far as I could see in the sky.
Yeah.
And I just carried on walking and walking, and I knew there was. I was being watched. There was like left and right of me when I was walking down this pathway. There was people watching me, and they're like whispering with each other, and I could sense that they were talking with each other. and it felt like hours and hours and hours I was walking down this, and then I got into a big expanse of like a forest, which I walked into.
Mm-hmm.
It was like denser, denser and denser and denser, and then I come to this being. It's like a half serpent, half insect type being, which was
Amazing.
which is like very loving. It felt like a mother, you know. It's hard to explain.
Okay. No, I
It's really hard to explain. Really,
I'll kind of embrace that. Yeah.
it,
So it wants to embrace you as a mother, right?
yeah, it felt like she was. It was definitely feminine, but she knew everything that I'd been through in my entire life. It's like she knew my entire history,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, it was very emotional. Very. It's hard to put into words because there wasn't dialogue spoken. It was just feelings and
Emotions.
Just an understanding
Yeah.
of the hurts
yeah,
and the joys.
an understanding of
Yeah.
love, like yeah,
Awesome.
and that I'm
That is amazing.
of value, that I have value, which
Beautiful.
meant a lot, really a
Yeah.
lot,
Yeah.
and yeah,
A valid kind of like a validation of your life. Almost.
yeah, that
Yeah.
what I was doing and what I've been doing has got merit. You know, it's like a
Absolutely. Yes.
validation for what I've been doing.
Yeah.
So
That's
yeah,
good.
it was really profound, really. Yeah, and when I come out of it, I was because they ask you to write down your experience afterwards, and
Total acceptance.
when I was
Yeah.
write it down, I couldn't write everything down because I was just constantly crying. I was like crying for about
Yeah.
5 hours after the experience. It was just emotion.
Oh
Just
wow.
total emotion, just
Just a
totally
release.
overcome.
Yeah. Beautiful. You did that just the once, right?
I did it 3 times.
3 times.
Yeah,
Huh. And the experience was the same?
pretty much. Yeah, the second time was more intense.
Yeah.
The third time was a bit. The third time was less so. I don't know why. I was just.
Well, I would say you probably only needed to do it twice. I guess most spiritual gurus that I ran into anyway, in my research, say you really only need to do it once, twice at the most.
Yeah.
So third time was kind of overkill, and it was like a rerun, and so it didn't quite play properly that third time, is my guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like when
yeah.
you're reading cards and you keep getting, the same message over and over again. It's like we've given you this message.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. That's amazing.
Max, can you put it on normal screen? Everybody is little.
What is this we're looking at? 1979 Chinese astrology.
That was for Pierre Polyev.
Oh yeah.
Up and coming Prime Minister of Canada.
Yep. Yeah, I know. He's I like him.
Yeah, he's saying all the right things.
He is. I've been following him for.
He's not big on stopping immigration.
Nah, well, I've been following him for a couple of years, and he seems to be.
He is pretty solid in his message.
Yeah.
Yeah. He said he wouldn't hire anybody from the WEF, and he stuck to that. He hired people from the Trilateral Commission.
Mm.
Oh yeah, he has people from Trial Commission.
Yeah, his economic minister. He's from the
Oh damn, that's the same shit, different shit.
Oh, so yeah, same thing, different pile.
Yeah.
We were discussing him earlier, how he's a foundling too. Have you heard of the Odd Fellows? They're a society of, well, the conspiracy on it is basically they're one of the societies, right? Started by the Rockefellers to distribute foundling children, bastard children of the Rockefellers and Rothschilds.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Rothschilds.
Yeah, but
Nope, we aren't either.
yeah,
They've funded both sides of World War One and World War Two.
yeah. So it's interesting
Uh-huh.
that Polyev doesn't have a past. He's a founder,
Oh,
so
yeah. It's
could be
like
something
Hitler,
that
Hitler, for example.
yeah.
They funded Hitler, and they also funded Great Britain and America.
Yeah, Polyev
yeah.
may be the next Hitler. Canada's like so far down the road on everything.
Well, England's pretty bad at the minute, and UK with the Prime Minister we've got, he's a total.
I'm so sorry.
He's a total. Is probably worse than what you've got
Yes.
right now.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
I've
yeah, yeah.
seen-
We've been
I've
also
seen,
watching.
the Parliament on TikTok. It's terrible. I'm so sorry.
No,
Yeah,
he's-
I'm watching Europe closely, and I see really what's going on in Ireland as well. Wow.
he's releasing paedophiles from prison.
Mhm.
Here too. Here
To
too.
make-
The judges. Oh my God.
to make room for people who make posts on social media.
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
They want
That-
to crucify. They want to crucify the innocent and set free the guilty.
Yep.
Just like in the Bible, they crucified the innocent Christ or Christ within, and they set free Barabbas, the
Yes, yes.
murderer.
No,
This-
it's to keep us off balance, because if you don't have a good grasp of your senses of reality, they can mold people into doing a lot of crazy things.
But there's still few leaders out there that are still good, Although for example, the Prime Minister of Italy, Milona, she is a she. They let immigrants in, but now she put it on hold. Also, she banned lab-grown meat to come in the country, and now
Yes.
they're looking to pass a bill to castrate pedophiles. What the governor
Yes.
of Louisiana, for example, they passed a bill already to castrate pedophiles. Now that's
Yes.
the direction they have to go. And in
They should do
Russia,
that to rapists too.
rapists too. That includes rapists.
Okay, good. There we go.
Yeah.
They should bring back. They should bring back the lobotomies.
Apparently,
Here's
there's
one-
70,000 of
here's-
them in a group.
Here's one
There's
thing you'll find
70,000.
worldwide, none of them will ever stop. And 6G is coming, and none of them will ever stop any of that. Not for anything.
I'm not so sure about the danger of 5G.
Okay.
Not sure.
It's depending on the frequency that is emitting that makes it
And
deadly.
the power level. The power level makes a huge difference.
It's got a very
Yeah.
short range. That's the thing about it.
Well, that's have you seen how they set it up? It's around neighborhoods.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
And
no,
it's on.
It's a geofence.
It has to be like very short distances between each node.
Yeah. And
Because it doesn't
the reason-
travel very far.
Yeah, but what they do is they wire it through your body. It goes through your body to devices. They use you as the antenna to.
I know
follow
that they
5G through neighborhoods.
use the frequency that it transmits on. It's the same frequency of oxygen.
Well, depending. If you mean 60 gigahertz,
Yeah, it's the same frequency as the oxygen molecule needs.
It can be tuned to
resonates
that.
at.
Yeah.
if they tune into that, then that's a big problem.
Yeah.
Then is a problem. Yeah.
But like I've got a smart meter in my house, my flat. I live in a flat,
Mhm.
and I fabricated it, caged
Nice.
it off.
Yeah.
And so they can't get a signal outside, and they can't read my meter. So I've not had a bill for a year and a half. So
Nice. I never thought of that. Oh my gosh.
Good idea.
That is a good
Yeah.
idea.
So
I think-
I don't get, and I ground myself every night. I've got a bed ground sheet,
Nice.
grounded bed sheet.
Yeah.
So if you ground
Grounding
yourself,
bracelet on, grounding necklace, grounding hat.
yeah, if you
Grounded all
ground
the way up and
yourself,
down.
you can't be affected.
They still can, as far as I know, they can still use you as an antenna, but you won't have as many negative effects.
Yeah, not if you're grounded.
Yeah. So that helps with the negative effects of being used as an antenna, but I don't know that it actually stops you from being used as an antenna, because most antennas are actually grounded, which that's the problem with us, is we're not grounded most of the time, so we overload.
Well, I'm sitting on my bed right now, so
Yeah. Constantly
grounded.
ground if you can. I artificially ground like that as well, all the time. I'm never without it.
And
If
it
I
helps.
am, my teeth start shifting about.
It helps to sleep
Oh,
as
we
well.
lost G there.
It helps to sleep.
Yep.
You don't need so much sleep.
Yeah, I sleep under metal blankets and I'm grounded. Don't have as many twitches at night and stuff like that. Don't have to get up and pee all the time.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go.
Oh no! Did Alex say goodbye, or did they take him away?
He just dumped out. That happens on him occasionally.
Yeah, he has bad Wi-Fi at times.
I've only just been home. I've only got home about half an hour ago, or 20 minutes ago, before I come on here. I've just I play in a band, and I've just done a gig for New Year's Eve.
Oh, right on. What do you play or sing?
Guitar. Play guitar.
Nice.
Yeah, in a 5-piece band, playing rock and roll and.
Yeah,
Oh,
I get it.
That's awesome. What bands were you playing tonight? Give us
Well, we do like covers of 50s, 60s, 70s.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Retro
Rochelle.
band. I love it.
Awesome. Is it a good way to make a living?
That's all I do to make a living. That's my only income.
Nice.
Just playing in the band.
Yeah.
Play music.
A lot of people would love to do that, but can't do it. So good
Yeah.
on you.
You have a YouTube channel, correct?
Yeah.
Could you put the link in chat?
Yeah, if you post content, put your link in the chat.
I can't because I'm not a mod.
Oh.
Oh, no. Just go ahead and write anything, and then
modded.
I'll put your link. No problem.
I'll have to go back to YouTube.
Okay, I didn't mean to. Yeah, if even after you're leaving would be great.
All right. My YouTube is just my name.
Okay.
I'll just put hi.
Oh, Suzanne.
There we go. Perfect.
And I'll post my link.
Yeah. No problem. I will grab it.
Oh, Frank.
Copy link.
And here's Frank's link to his channel. I gotcha.
All right. I'll put it in anyway.
And you're modded now. Oh, and I have modded
Close.
Nocturnal Frequency. The modding will eventually end once if the channel gets bigger. So
Yeah, I have that trouble. I made everybody mods when I first started, and that was a big mistake. Because
I figure the first few hundred people that really follow the channel, and then after that start cutting it off.
Yeah, I had about 500 in
I
my,
did those.
and then there was people banning other people and people having arguments in the chat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I had
And
that same problem. I had a mess to clean up after that. I took everybody's wrench away, and only very few have them now.
I just got rid of all the mods, and I just made about 5 people mods that I could trust.
Yep, same happened to me, and I had to clear the deck for a while.
Yeah, it'll happen eventually, probably.
Yeah. Oh, Murphy's Law.
Yep.
Anyway, Steve, why don't you come up, Steve?
Yeah, there's a link.
Well, while there's a pause, I just wanted to say goodnight to Alex. I love his input, and
Yes.
hope he has a great one.
I love
Right.
Alex. I hate
Didn't
it
work.
when he drops out or has
I
to go.
know. Yeah, he says he has bad Wi-Fi or something, and it will
Yeah,
do that.
Aruba sucks for Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, it's out in the middle of nowhere, pretty much.
Oh yeah, it's like isn't it the most outer tip of those islands in the Caribbean area? Yeah, it's out there.
We're lucky he can get through it all.
Here's Aruba. Like,
Yeah. Oh, you
um,
got him. Yeah.
this would probably fit inside my city.
Oh yeah, it probably fit inside my county.
Oh yeah, this is
Yeah.
a tiny, tiny island. How long is it?
But it's in a Beach Boys song, and so it's probably gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, I bet it is.
So there.
Oh yeah, see, it's South
Right above
America.
Venezuela.
Yeah.
Nice place to be. Yeah.
Aruba. Doo, doo, doo.
There's Caraco.
I think that's in the song too.
See if they have good beaches.
So I've watched your channel a few times, but I've not seen. Do you do like a live remote viewing sessions or anything like that?
Yep. Those are usually separate from my chat channels. I do those Friday and Saturday nights
All right.
at 11 Eastern time in Canada, New York time. Yeah, nice beaches. Look at the resort.
Yeah, well, Fridays and Saturdays mostly I'm out gigging with my band, so
Hey John,
I miss it.
hey, Max Vision, is somebody backstage? Desert Rose?
Possibly.
I'm sorry, I just saw that.
Yeah, she is. Hello, Desert Rose.
Well, it's been forever, woman. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we got an echo.
Turn out YouTube off.
Okay,
Yeah, I
hang
gotta
on.
close YouTube.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't too loud.
No, you're fine.
Well, Happy New Year, John,
Happy
Max, G, and I can't see the other guy's name.
Frank.
This is Frank.
Frank.
Yeah.
Hi,
Frank.
Frank.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I
We
babysit
hope-
it all day.
Oh, nice.
I know. It's identical twins, so it was a whole lot of fun.
Oh,
That's a
I'm-
handful.
I'm a great grandmother.
Nice.
Congratulations.
I know, but they're 6 years old, so it's been a while.
Yeah, yeah. Busy.
Where are
I'm
you
slo-
from, Frank?
I'm from Kent in UK, England.
Oh, in England.
Yeah.
I've got some friends there.
I'm slightly tipsy because I've been at a gig and I'd lots of drinks bought for me for New Year.
That's the way to go.
I'm slightly tipsy.
Yeah, slightly tipsy, especially from this. There was this Thai couple from Thailand that were in the pub, and they just kept bringing drinks over all night long. It was like, oh god, shots and cocktails and
Oh, poor you.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's just
right.
terrible.
poor me. I've done this, the thing's called it's like a cocktail called a baby Guinness, and it's like a shot glass with Tia Maria in it and Bailey's on top of it, so it looks like a little Guinness.
Aw.
They're lovely. They taste really nice, but God, they did enough to get me drunk.
You don't sound drunk though.
No.
Yeah. I'm not too bad. I'm not too bad.
I don't think he drank every drink they sent.
No. Well, I drank most of them. Most of them, but yeah,
Most of them, but yeah. Or you handle your booze well. Yeah.
it's a long journey home as well. It's like, I don't know, it's 70, 75 miles.
Whoa.
From the gig, so it's quite a long journey home. So I had time to sober up. I wasn't driving, by the way. I was just
okay.
I was
Is it pretty cold where you're at right now?
Oh yeah, it's about 9 degrees, 8 degrees.
Ooh.
That's Celsius, by the way, not Fahrenheit.
Yeah, well, that's above freezing.
Okay, well, I don't know what that
That's pretty
means.
warm, actually. 22 is about t-shirt weather. 9's like heavy fall coat day.
Yeah, it's probably the warmest we've had for quite a while because it's been below freezing for a long time. But
Well, I know that Paula G and me are going to be getting a Arctic blast here. What, Sunday? Is that what they said?
That's what they're saying, but I'm fighting it. So
Oh, good.
hope I'm not
Thank
the
you.
only one fighting it. Yes.
Oh, okay. I'll work with you.
Yeah.
Yep, let's all
I'm trying
fight
to
that
at
Arctic
least
blast.
lessen what they plan.
it
It's
feels
probably
feels a lot
coming
colder.
from Canada.
That's where they always bring it down from, Canada. Yeah. Well, they bring it from down, from up north.
It feels colder than it is here because we've got like 50-mile-an-hour winds at the minute.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
So it feels colder.
Ouch.
It's usually wet there too, isn't it? Kind of
Yeah.
wet. Yeah.
It's always wet here.
That doesn't help either.
That's why they call it the Garden of England. Kent is where I live because it's all green. It's because it doesn't stop raining.
Yeah.
All year round. I think we only get maybe 2 weeks of dry weather a year.
Wow.
My dad was from Ireland, or his family was.
My family on my mum's side was all Irish, so I'm half Irish. So
Yeah, our last name would have been McCowan, McGowan.
yeah, my mum's name was Fitzgerald.
So what are you guys doing tonight, Paula, and G, and John?
We're chatting.
I know Frank is gonna get drunk.
No, I've got no beer. I've got no drink indoors. I don't drink indoors.
This is what we're doing from now. Me and G will eventually leave and go have a call, and that's it. We're just chilling with our peeps.
Oh, he's going to let me use it. Okay.
Oh, cool.
Oh, nice.
What are we going to find?
So it looks like Europe is covered with cloud.
Uh-huh.
North America is covered with cloud. So the entire Western world at the moment pretty much is covered with cloud. Oh, the South. Yours aren't too bad down there. But pretty much most of the Northern and Western Hemisphere.
They did have cloud cover all the way everywhere. Everywhere. The whole earth was covered with cloud for like 3 days in most places.
Yeah.
I tried to send you a video, John.
Yeah.
I have a weather radar app, and it showed that beam light coming down up there in Boise. I guess that's Utah or wherever Boise is. And it wouldn't let me send it to your Gmail. It said it was too long. But it shows where the beam shoots down from way up north.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. It comes up. One time I found it. It was up in these mountains. Gosh, I think it was up there like right before you hit BC.
Yeah.
But it's just plain as day, but it's real quick, a real quick beam. Right? And I used to have a bunch of recordings and Diamond on Oppenheimer. He
Yeah.
told me it was a bunch of bullshit. And that was about 5 years ago. So I got rid of him. And then I find out it was really true. So I guess he had never seen one.
Probably not. Dan Wigington has them. I featured one of his videos with Hurricane Helena, and they pretty much they guaranteed they steered that thing. You know,
Yeah.
They didn't have beam technology, but they were using NexRad and weather modification trails and all that.
My radar literally shows the beam shooting down. I mean, it's like a half a second, right? If that.
Yeah.
And at the beginning, 5 years ago, it was a straight one. Now it's more like a flash.
Hmm.
And guess where I found one of them? One of them I found at an airport. It was way up north.
Yeah.
Yeah, shoot. You can see if you blow out enough, keep blowing it out, you'll finally find where it's at. And I've only gotten to do that a couple of times.
The HARP.
But that was fucking freaky. I can't believe they can actually do this shit.
I remember seeing the weather patterns from the HARP.
Yeah.
When the HARP, the HAARP, the high altitude auroral weather modification that what they were doing, and you can see the clouds literally make a right angle, like a corner.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And they have someone has a patent to this mist that we all had here in the United States. A lot of states had this 3 to 4 day mist.
Yes. They gassed us
And
all.
they have there's like 5 different entities that own this patent to the mist.
Mm-hmm.
You can look it up. You can Google it.
Yeah, they use barium and different like metals in the spray, which they spray.
Yeah. For ice nucleating particles, they use bacteria. Like there's a basilicus bacteria they use. There might be others that they use for this as well.
Would that be nanotech?
No.
It could be considered it. Yeah.
Ionic.
Okay.
It could be considered because your gut biome can be used as nanotech. Your blood. Any.
I think it's just ionic particles, which are very, very small for the metals.
Right.
Anyway.
Or would it be correct saying nanoparticles?
I don't think they're that small. No, nano is very, very, very tiny. Very, very like.
Too tiny for the eye.
Yeah, too tiny for the eye, and it wouldn't affect the weather.
Oh.
You need something a bit larger to be as big as a water particle at least. Like, no, to create a cloud, to create something that you can actually see up in the sky.
What would aonic mean to you though?
Silver nitrate is what apparently they use to create rain, and if you want ice nucleating, it's
really
it's it is actually a bacteria that they grow in a big vat.
Yeah, silver nitrate and barium nitrate as well.
Right, you're right. Barium, I know that much.
They'd like to spray nanotech, but they have to come up with ways to construct it on a large scale enough to spray.
There's another reason why they might be doing that for the future. There's that Project Bluebeam where they can.
I think it helps the blue beam get to start it. I think all of this spraying helps that beam.
They can project a hologram onto the
Exactly.
Onto that.
And then you will see Christ coming in the clouds.
Yeah. Regarding the drones lately, I've done a lot of research on the drones, and I've traced a lot of it down to one guy. His name is Palmer Luckey, and
really,
he's got a company called Anduril, Anduril. He originally made the Oculus headset for virtual reality back like 10 years ago. He sold his company for like a couple of $1 billion, Oculus, and then he made a headset which could actually kill the player for real.
Wow.
Using electrodes that go into the brain.
Yeah, stimulation of the brain. Yeah.
Which can actually kill the player. If you die in the game, you die for real. And then he sold that company, and then he set up a drone company called Anduril, and he makes drones for the Department of Defence and for the MOD in UK as well. The Ministry of Defence in the UK, and he's got 6 aerial drones. He's got 2 submersible drones which go underwater as well.
Yep.
And he's got 1 drone that can go from the sky, from the air to undersea, and then back out again. It can actually go. It can fly and can go underwater.
Yeah, that'll be the next. That's the next generation of them, because that's the best way to hide.
It's like a jet. It's got these jet drones. They're huge as well. They're massive. And some of the flight times are over 4.5 hours. You can have a drone in the sky for 4.5 hours.
Mm.
But what about the orbs? There's orbs also.
Yeah, it's got one that's like an orb, but it rotates very fast to make it look like an orb.
Right. Okay, I get you.
It's got one that looks like an X. You've seen them on the I suppose you've seen the ones that look like an X sign.
Yeah.
You've seen the image of them.
Big white ones.
Yeah, big. They're the prop ones. They can go. They can fly 230 miles per hour, and like very fast for a prop drone. It's got jet drones which have got electric jets, so they're not burning fuel. They're electrically powered jets.
Elon Musk, his brother owns a drone company.
But Anduril are making
convenient.
Anduril are making state-of-the-art drones for the Department of Defence. And about a month ago,
they work for the Department of Defense, I'm sure. Both Elon Musk and his brother.
You're right, Paula. You're right,
About
Paula.
6 weeks ago, Anduril partnered with OpenAI.
No,
So
right
now
now we're going through training over here in the States. East Coast is getting really militarized.
So I think what all the sightings lately is that they've just installed the OpenAI software on the drones about a month ago, and then they're testing the autonomous, so they can fly without pilots.
Autonomous sensing and
they don't need a
surveillance.
pilot. They don't need to receive radio frequencies or put out radio frequencies. They're totally autonomous. They can do their own missions on their own. And their own intelligence.
That's why they released small amounts of medical grade nuclear waste, is so that they could track it.
Maybe.
So maybe we'll start glowing real soon.
Yeah,
Never
but I don't
know.
I've like there's lots of content creators I've posted like what I've found.
Yeah.
And they just don't want to know. They're like they just totally ignore what I tell them, and they say no, it's aliens, it's this, it's that, because they just want to make.
It's not aliens.
They're in the business of making
Well, there was-
content, and if you come up with a solution, then they can't make that content anymore, and they're making money out of it. Making content.
Yeah, they don't like solutions. Yeah.
No, they don't want solutions. Nobody wants solutions.
But this one man on TikTok, he was saying how he wants the drones program and everything like deprivatized, because he sees, Elon Musk as, a private, citizen, whatever. And he wants it to be in like the hands of the great and mighty powerful on earth. And I informed him, just because I think it's reasonable and logical that they wouldn't be letting him do that unless he worked for them. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, I've
So,
got less problem. I've got less problem with Elon Musk than I do with that Palmer Lucky fella, because that Palmer Lucky fella is a psychopath.
They all are.
Paula, are you trying to
They
say
are
that Elon Musk is sovereign?
sovereign.
No, I don't
What do
think
you
he's
mean?
saying
Yeah,
that.
when you said
No.
private, he's a private citizen or
Corporation.
whatever
Well,
corporation.
just that was the wordage that the guy used in there.
Oh, okay.
You know, like someone like you or me has this program, and he seemingly is taking over the world single-handedly, and the guy wasn't for that. And he was like, I think it should be in the hands of, you know, the government, the military, and all of that, all those other little associations. And
The
I
thing is,
informed him that there's no way that he would be doing everything he's doing without their okay, which if he has their okay means he works for them.
Oh
So,
yeah. Oh yeah. These all
look,
of them.
Yeah.
there's a few things that are a bit different about Elon Musk, because his son was taken away from him.
Which
'Cause
one? The newest one?
no, the one that had a sex change, transgender.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
one of his
his son,
That's right.
He lost his son, and his
yeah,
son became
his son is a
son became a
daughter
woman,
network.
and then he dead named him because he lost his son
Yeah.
without his permission.
Yeah, he's,
And ever since then, he went full blown freedom of speech, and that's why he
Wow.
bought X. That's why he bought Twitter,
Some
Oh, I get
blackmail
you.
or something in there. Something.
and that's why he made his AI system Grok, which he develops his own AI system. He open sourced it, made it available for free for everybody, open source.
But
So
he's also the one that created the Neuralink.
I think he has one
no, he
in
didn't
it, in
create.
his brain.
He didn't create Neuralink. Bill
No.
Gates was the one who created Neuralink.
that research has been going on for decades.
Yeah,
Right.
Bill Gates was the one who was developing Neuralink.
You know,
I've
I
heard Bill
find
Gates' name mentioned with it, only Elon.
I also
Elon
find
Musk
it.
bought it.
I find it interesting that he names it Grok, because
Yeah.
that's the main character in Robert Healing's sci-fi "A Stranger in a Strange Land." It's a famous science fiction book.
Yeah.
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 But
Yeah.
I think. I
But it
think
would make
Elon
sense
Musk
that Bill
is a
Gates
bit
is,
more. Is a bit more enlightened than most billionaires. I don't think he's as bad as like Bill Gates or, you know.
well, he's got plenty of money. Soon as he cuts everybody a check and we're all on more of an even keel, then I'll really trust him.
Yeah, well.
'Cause he
Who?
could
Who
end
are you
up
talking about, Paula?
by himself, single-handedly.
Are you talking about Bill Gates?
No,
I'm talking about Elon Musk.
Oh shit, that'll never
I'll
happen.
never trust
No.
Bill Gates. Never, ever. Yeah.
No, they want us to be little nothings. They're not going to do that.
I mean, Bill Gates bragged about like the vaccine and all of that,
And what he was going to do to us and everything. Yeah.
and how much
mean,
he made from it as well.
And
I'm
that too.
sure.
Yeah.
I'm so sure.
He bragged ahead of time about splicing this with that and cutting that out. And
They're grifters. They're
zero
grifting
friggin'
us.
carbon.
That's how
We're
they
made of
operate.
carbon.
He bragged that he made 40 times his investment in the vaccine industry. 40 times what he put in, he got out. 40 times.
Yeah. Speaking of, that's all starting over again here, in my state. All of a sudden, they want to put, the EBGB mandates back in.
Yep, those EBGBs contain this stuff usually. And that's what they're
Yes.
using it for. That's for muscle stimulation, for neural stimulation, and that goes to the N3 technology that I was just showing previously by DARPA. where they want to take computer control and command to the wireless digital area by having sensors inside the brain.
Okay, how do you think they're getting the graphene in us?
Well, let's not talk about that.
Okay, gotcha. But
So
A
what
good
can't
call,
we
John.
talk about?
But that's
So it's
all
whatever
going
we can't
towards
talk about.
that's all going towards biodigital convergence. I've shown you guys this before. Canada is the poster child for biodigital convergence. We make all the policies; they get translated out to the world, and you guys have your own policies from your own government. They just take what we do and change it around a little bit.
But it looks like all mRNA has been stopped in UK. So
Oh,
well, you're ahead of us.
I
We're
can't
still
comment
fighting
on
it.
that. So,
Yeah. Yeah, Canada's a little different there, Frank, with
because
gotta talk in code.
they started using mRNA for the flu jab and other vaccines.
and according to the Canadian government, that is a good thing. So.
No.
Yeah.
We have to talk like that here. That's my one Achilles heel there.
Well, it wasn't a good thing for the man who actually invented it.
Well, okay.
Carrie Mustis.
Maybe we should use our own dialect, John. Make up our own.
Yeah. But anyways, all they're headed towards is biodigital convergence, where they want to change human beings, change your bodies, minds, and behaviors.
Well, they want your patent. They want to patent you, so they own you.
Yeah.
So they can change your DNA so that they actually own the patent on your body.
Yeah, they're trying to do. They're doing.
They own you. They own you as soon as you're born.
Yep.
Well, they do anyway with your birth certificate. Soon as you.
That's right. That's right.
And your license plate is your social security number here. I'm sure your countries have the same setup with a number for you.
Well, it all started because of Great Britain with England, because of the Great Fire of London in 1666.
Mm.
The people demanded that the state take care of them because they lost so much in the fires of the Great Fire of London.
Mm.
And they wondered why the fire service and everything didn't protect their properties. It's because the state didn't own their properties. So then they brought in a thing the very same year, at the end of the year, in 1666, after the Great Fire of London, they brought in an Act of Parliament called the CQV, 1666 Act, which brought in the birth certificate.
Of course.
They used maritime law, which was the law of a ship being berthed at a dock.
Yes.
Correct.
We know about all that. Yeah.
For people. And that meant the state owned your title.
Yeah.
Not you.
Yeah, you became property.
The title that you represent, your name, Mr. in capitals, or Mrs. or Miss, they own that
Is
name.
ownership. Yeah.
That's owned by the state. So if you choose to represent that, then you're choosing to represent something that's owned by the state.
Yeah, it's an account.
Absolutely.
That's even though they don't know that's what they're doing. And it is the proverbial be careful what you ask for, you just might get it. They asked for help. They didn't do it themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the problem reaction solution. They had this book.
Yes, they
back
burned
then.
everything down so that they would put their hands out and say, why don't you help us? Why didn't you help us?
Yeah.
Oh, here we come.
Well,
Here
you
we
know-
come to save the day. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
No, you
and the
know,
government and
we're
I
a
need
huge,
help.
we're a huge
Yeah.
reflection
Hi,
of
I'm
what
the government.
happened.
We're here to help. Run.
Yeah.
No, over here in the States, we're a huge reflection of what happened in England, probably starting around the 1600s. I mean, it never left. And we really didn't win the Revolutionary War. It was a compromise.
Didn't win the Second World War either.
It was a compromise.
Well, the Hitler's plan was basically what happened with the European Union. That was Hitler's plan.
Yeah.
Was the European Union.
Yep.
And that happened. So, regardless of Hitler being dead or not, that plan carried on happening.
Yep.
Without
Yes,
him.
they told everybody Hitler's dead. Everything's going to be fine. Bullshit. It happened anyway.
Just join us in this union, and we'll start making your laws for you.
Yeah.
And start taking over control of your country.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And 10 days later, Hitler's enjoying the beaches of Argentina.
Yep. Yep. No, no.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And he was selling his art on the streets apparently, because he was quite a good artist, wasn't he? Hitler?
Yeah.
I
Give him
thought he
that.
had a disease where his hands shook.
Oh, be right back.
Well, then they
I don't
started
know.
looking more like a Monet after that. But
A Monet. Yeah, the nose is over here where the ear ought to be.
yeah, the shaking, the
Uh-huh.
dots, just kind of shake it on.
That's a good one, G.
He went. I think in his early days, like in World War One and everything, he had good intentions, but when he got into coming up to World War Two, he went totally crazy. He was on serious drugs. There was a drug called Perbiton, which is like a mix of methamphetamine and cocaine.
Right.
Yes.
That's
Jesus.
exactly what my research showed.
Yeah, and it just went totally crazy.
Yeah, they do. They're meth heads, Spinderellas.
Mhm.
We know what that happens like.
And you see footage
Yeah.
of him where he's like, he's got his mania and he's doing this, he's rocking backwards and forwards, and he's like got
Right.
hypomania. When he's like super excited, in some of the footage you see of him, it's like he's just off his trolley. Yeah, that's when it went
Speedballs.
wrong. But I
That's
think
what Mission
but I think
calls them.
his mission when he started off, because he was a runner in World War One, and he was like very brave in World War One. Served his country honorably, and he wanted to make his country good for the people, and that's what he
He
set out
wanted
to
to make
do.
his country great again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
But-
it sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Pun
Hey,
intended.
I just want to interject here. This just came across when you said, the meth thing. That might explain to me what happened to Hess. When he flew over to England, he was captured and then he went back with the Nuremberg trials. He looked like a mess. And I just think, drugs, it didn't dawn on me till now. Sorry, everybody. Back to normal.
For a whole alternate history on Hitler and World War II, go to Smiler or Smiler 2.
Smiler 2.
Yeah.
Have you seen that documentary, that long documentary called "The Greatest Story Never Told"?
Yes.
Possibly.
It's been a minute. It's been about 6 months, but yes.
Yeah,
Since I watched it again. Yeah.
It's a long. It was like in 20 odd parts, and it came out in like the mid 2000s, 2006, 2007, I think, or 2005, 2006. And it's like it was banned. It was like taken off from everywhere at the time, because they didn't want.
If you
they
find it,
colorized.
watch it while it's there. Yes.
Yeah, but it's
'Cause it's
fascinating.
a
But
discipline.
it tells the other side of the story
Mhm.
from his perspective, and you get a more of understanding of where he was coming from.
Yeah, Smiler's got videos on hard drives. He's put in Faraday cages, I think. He's got interviews of people from Auschwitz, prisoners, and other people. Yeah, very interesting stuff.
There's a lot of propaganda that happened during World War II, where we're told that it was a lot.
Well, you do know that Germany was trying to make their own dollar outside the system.
Yeah, he tried to make his own currency.
Yeah.
Outside of the
England's City of London. Yes, you can't go outside of the City of London.
That was Saddam's biggest
In the Western
mistake
world.
as well.
And Gaddafi.
Yep, and Gaddafi.
But I think if I remember correctly, I recently came across some research that stated that you could have your own currency per country or whatever, you know. So it was supposed to be okay, but everybody wants to rule the world. So they want everybody to use like the same shit. So they say it's against the law, it's illegal, so you can't do that. But what have we learned from the system? If they say you can't do it and it's something that could be good for the people, then you probably can and should. And
Yeah,
if
we
they say
have
it's
the
bad
International Bank that
or
regulates.
good, then it's the opposite. That's how they do it.
We had a prime minister in this country about 70 years ago who brought a thing. John Bradbury, his name was John Bradbury, brought in the Bradbury pound, which wasn't based on debt; it was based on labour.
That was
So,
like Mark. Yeah.
so the pound was worth how much labour was done in the country of actual people working.
That's the GDP, yes.
And so it wasn't based on a debt currency, and there was paying off the debt with the Bradbury pound, but that only lasted like a year or two before
Yeah.
it got stamped on.
Yes. Because you cannot have debt slaves without debt.
Yeah.
Everything is debt. Your credit card, everything. Unless it's a debit card that is a card that is only, the only money on it is the money that you worked for and put on there. Anything else is a
debt.
And if you are in debt, you are indebted to them, and they can do to you whatever they want, they think.
Well, there's basically one company in the world that owns 99.9% of everything in the world, and that's a company called Vanguard.
Yes,
Oh yeah, they're one of them.
BlackRock,
BlackRock,
Rothschild,
yeah.
Blackstone too.
Yeah, all the
They're all
corps.
connected.
Vanguard
Yeah.
are private; they're not publicly traded, so you can't find what they their total wealth, but you can find who they invest in.
Yeah.
So you can see you can like go on BlackRock's records and you can see the shareholdings and
Right.
who's got the most shares in that stock. Where Vanguard don't sell their shares; they're totally private. They're totally you can't find how much money they got, but they got like 99.9% of the majority shares in every single company in the world.
Yeah, so they go
That
they
means
go
they're
on
at the top
bearer
of the
bonds.
pyramid. That means
So it's
they're
a-
the ones at the top of the pyramid. If you can't
they're the
find all
ones
there
at the
is
top.
to mention. They're
Yeah,
in
they're
the
and the
ones-
real
tippy top.
money is in a bearer bond, and that's what he's talking about. It's a private company, and they can sell those bonds here and there and everywhere, and they're the supreme piece of paper.
Yeah. They're the ones holding they're holding the world to ransom, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a great speech. I don't know if you've ever seen it by Colonel Gaddafi in the United Nations, which he gave before, like a couple of years before he was driven out of his country. And it's about 2 hours long, where Gaddafi stood up in the United Nations and basically tore him a new backside.
I've seen clips of it. Yeah.
You should watch that entire. He spoke. He dropped so many truth bombs about the state of the world and how it's been run.
Yeah.
And how the United Nations are acting against the wishes of the people it's supposed to be working for. It's going totally in the opposite direction of the countries that it's supposed to be representing.
Yeah. The governments don't even represent their people anymore.
No.
They only corporations.
That's one of the most eye-opening speeches I've ever listened to in my life, was listening to Colonel Gaddafi, which I thought was like a bad person dictator. But when I listened to him speak in that United Nations speech, which he did for 2 hours, I was like blown away. He was such an intelligent guy.
Yeah.
And he knew everything.
Right now we're the bad guys, and
Yeah.
it takes a lot to explain. Like, my wife thinks we're the Western society. We're the good guys, right? But You know, because she watches the news. We do this back and forth thing with the news compared to what we do. And you know, it used to upset her. Now she just finds it interesting. But yeah, to explain to her over the past few years how we're the bad guys was very eye opening for her. Very dejecting for her too. But she's gotten
Well,
used to that. You know.
all the bad guys since September, since 9/11, were the countries in the world that had their own currency outside of the debt currency, like Syria, Iraq,
Yeah.
Iran, North Korea.
If you're not part of
Well,
the Rothschild Rockefeller banking system, you're an enemy.
every single country that didn't have a debt was
Yeah.
on. It was on a document called the PNAC document, the Project for a New American Century,
Yeah.
which was released in September 2000, which listed all the countries that the America was going to go to war with.
Yeah. We're going to invade 7 countries. Why?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because it's the only 7 countries in the world that didn't have a debt to the World Bank.
Right.
Well, that's that. All that talk is reminding me that I left one very important piece of information out. The reason for having your own money for your own country or whatever is for independence.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes, and also in a financial standing, consider the countries as compartments in a submarine. So if one part of the submarine starts leaking, they can lock those doors sealed tight and keep the other compartments going. You know, so it's a good idea. If we go to a one world, we're all going to sink together.
Yep.
And no one will be independent again.
Oh no, they hope
Do you
not.
reckon Trump's going to do something a bit more substantial this term when he gets in?
You know, John, when I did my research, the Rothschilds, they funded one of the wars. I don't remember which one it was, but I think it was
WW2.
Was it World War II?
Actually, I think they funded both of them.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. I think they did both.
Both of them, all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, there was Trump. It was not. It was Rothschilds and there's another family. Rockefellers.
Rockefellers. Yeah, Rockefeller.
And another one beginning with C. There's 3 families that funded World War One, World War Two. No, Carhills, or was it Carhills? I can't remember the name, but beginning with C.
Okay.
And they funded the Napoleon Wars.
Oh, was it Carnegie?
Carnegie, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That was it, Carnegie. Yeah, it's Carnegie, Rockefellers, and the Rothschilds funded all the wars going back to Napoleon.
Yep.
And yeah, on both sides, they funded both sides of the conflict at the same time.
Yeah.
Yes, and I know why. I figured it out. Plus, I figured it out years ago, but apparently Napoleon has said this, and so have other leaders said this in the past in their own way. Religion is there to keep the poor in their place so they don't come against the rich that are enslaving them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, they don't want us uppity.
That is profound mic drop shit right there. Religion is there for government to keep you in your place.
That's
that is
Hey,
what it's
Mr.
for.
Mission.
And hello,
13.
Dartmouthian Council. Welcome to the channel.
I know, 6G. I don't know, man. What are they doing to us?
I need to really quick add, there's never been a separation from church and state. They work together like a machine.
Mm-hmm. Fascists all the way down the line.
Well, it's divide and conquer. They want to get people in the smallest amount of groups, as smaller groups. So they want people in different religions, so they can control each of those groups.
Mm-hmm.
They want people in different political parties, so they can control each one of those groups in smaller divisions. So it's easier for them to control. If it was all united, and we was all under one umbrella, they wouldn't stand a chance against the public.
And I think they taught us how to say that wrong as well. I don't think it was really ever divide and conquer. I think to say it properly, and we should all start doing this,
Divide
they
and rule.
divide to conquer.
Yeah, and rule. Divide and rule.
With 6G
Yeah,
there,
they divide to conquer.
Dartmouthian, it depends on what they do with it. You know, depends on what's done with 6G. It could be good, could be bad. You know, but generally running electricity through the human body isn't generally good.
Right.
Yeah, I heard before I come on, I heard you mention a bit about the Schumann resonance. Was it the?
Yeah, 7.83 hertz.
Yeah, but that's not 7.83 hertz throughout the day.
Not constantly, no. And
It goes up to like 15
human
hertz.
behavior has an effect on it as well.
But it goes up during the day, during like afternoon time. It goes up to like 15 hertz. Then it drops back down to like 5 hertz, and then it goes. It varies all the time throughout the day.
Yeah.
So it's not a constant frequency that you can pinpoint. That's the Schumann resonance.
Do you think that the sun
It's
might be
constant.
involved?
It does have a general rate of around 7.
I do, G. I think
Generally
so.
does kind of stay around there more often than other frequencies.
I would like to add that I think that what he just said confirms my suspicions that we are technically supposed to be a creation that rises with the sun and goes to bed when the sun sets.
Yeah.
And they created different shifts for the slaves so that we are now continuously up day and night, and we are not in balance with nature, and that's causing issue with our bodies as well, and the planet as well.
It's a feedback system.
And so the Schumann resonance is not always the same because we're not sleeping when we should be and awake when we should be.
Have you seen that?
I've got some THC that'll put you to sleep no matter what's going on.
Have you seen
Yeah.
There's been a new study done out.
It's called sugar pudding.
Yeah.
They've done. Historians have found out, like people like Shakespeare and writers in the past, going back to the 1800s and early 1900s and before then, talked about the second sleep. People having a second sleep, like the first sleep and the second.
Yeah. Right.
People back in like pre-1900 slept twice a day.
Right.
And they used to wake up at like 3 a.m. for like 3-4 hours, and then go back to sleep like 5 a.m.
I've done that.
Yeah.
But that was their natural cycle. Like they wake up like 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. And that's usually when they made love and had children and stuff.
Yeah, they'd have something to eat, have sex.
Yeah. But that was the natural cycle for human beings, going back thousands of years. Is that we slept? We had 2 sleep cycles a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially in the winter, you know.
And then come the Industrial Revolution, where we all had to work for a living. We had to make sure that we stayed awake for 10 hours a day.
Natural about that.
Or more, 10 or more hours a day. Yeah.
Yeah, at least minimum 10 hours a day you had to work for.
And then we start having this thing called mental illness, and then they blame us for it. Excuse me, not on my watch, motherfuckers. Who did this to us, bitch? Get the fuck out of here.
Paula, you're such a gangster. Paula's our gangster.
Yeah. She's right though.
Yeah.
Then there's been other studies.
For this shit, not on my watch.
Yeah, you ever wonder why they say that 9 to 5 are bankers' hours, and most of us start work at 6 or 7?
Yeah.
Right.
I worked at a bank. I had to be there at 7:30.
Yeah.
I mean, the Russians did sleep studies where they put people underground, so they didn't see any daylight in it, and they measured their natural sleep patterns. And apparently, the sleep pattern matched the day of the Mars day, which is really weird.
Yeah, but that's not accounting for that the day could have changed the length of the day over the year's history as well. The day hasn't always been 24 hours, and the year hasn't always been 365 days.
Exactly. Yeah, we don't really even know what the actual truth. You know what the actual truth is? What the actual mic drop truth is, y'all. There is no such thing as time. It's fiction.
It is just a construct used to measure change.
A
Yeah.
con. A con.
You know, I can tell myself to wake up at 7, and I will. I've not ever needed an alarm clock.
No, I can't.
I just tell myself.
I have it too.
All right.
Yes. The internal alarm clock. Yeah.
Need to yell in there in the chat there, meat hands.
I have to go to the little boy's room. I'll be back in a sec.
All right.
Alrighty.
Wait,
Don't
can
forget
I
to
go?
mute up just in case. Mute up. Just in case.
He's not going to know how to take me. Can I go? Send pics.
Oh. I want to go look at live chat. Okay, come on. Come on, load it.
There was a comment to you there.
Uh-oh. To who?
To Paula.
Where?
Oh, good.
Where,
It's to you, Paula,
how far
not
up
me.
did I do it?
That's a bad comment.
Okay, I'm not seeing it yet. I'm still reading.
Okay.
So now, John, when I did my research on these drones, I found Black Ops and a shadow company. Like they're no one even knows about them, and no one has any control over them.
Yeah, that's what they do. They do, that's the same thing they did with remote viewing. They used to have it be under CIA and government, and then they privatized it. So
I guess I was doing remote viewing as a child because I would see things and see people, and then like a day or two later, I would meet that person, and then maybe a week later, my family would go to this place, and I had already seen it, which is weird. So I guess that was already remote viewing, huh?
Mhm.
In a sense.
Or you could have had a past life there, maybe.
No, it happened all the time. I would be able to like have a vision, or I would have a dream of a house or something, and we would end up going to that house, and I would know where everything was at.
Nice.
So
Wow.
I guess that to me that's like a branch off of remote viewing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I
Oh,
wanted
we
to ask
sure
Frank,
did see
after
that
your
person.
Frank, after your experience, did you have any was it life altering for you? Like, did you come out with a new perspective or a new view on the world?
Yeah. Basically, the way I treat myself to be less critical of myself and others,
Yeah,
I suppose.
there's enough people in the world to be critical of you. You don't need to be your own worst enemy, too.
Yeah, I was my own worst enemy for a long time. I had a lot of issues as well. I was a full-time carer for my mum for 18
Well, that is
years.
not easy. Yeah.
I was 18 years. I looked after my mum.
Yeah.
Really?
Wow.
And then she
Wow.
passed away in 2018. And then I went through a lot of hassle because all my brothers and sisters had a different father to me. But my father was the one that brought all of them up. But for some reason, they just resented him.
Oh.
And my dad went first in 2007. So then I was left on my own to look after my mum. And I was looking after
I'm
both
so
of them.
sorry.
That's okay, but
Yeah.
these things I've dealt with. And when my mum passed, I got evicted from my house because it was like a social council house because I was under occupied in a 3-bedroom house and I wasn't allowed to stay there. So I was made homeless. I had to find my own place. Very tough times. And then I got my band back together.
Do you ever have any kind of sensation that she's around?
Oh yeah, all
Or
the time.
smells? Or,
Oh yeah, I smell flowers all the time.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. What was
Smell
her favorite flower?
roses. Yeah, roses.
Isn't that something? They do smell good, don't they?
Yeah, and I
That's funny.
like every because my dad died 2007 of Christmas morning, which is not nice. And
Yeah.
after that, I was like full time then, just me and my mum.
But they don't really die. They just transfer, you know, because energy can't die. They transfer, and that's what it means by going, you know, ascension.
Well, I felt
they rise.
I felt because I was with my dad when he died. He literally fell into my arms. Because he was fit and healthy, my dad. And
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he just Christmas morning, he just I don't feel well, and then all of a sudden he just fell into my arms, and he was gone within 2 minutes. He had an aneurysm.
Oh my
Right.
God.
So it's just like
Yeah,
bang,
they
like
go
that.
fast on the aneurysms. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just gone like that. It's like
wow,
like flicking a switch, and it's just gone. A massive shock. But when he
What
went,
did they do whenever they came to get your father? Did they do an investigation, or they just come and pick him up?
yeah, they checked him over how he died and everything. But when he actually went and when he was in my arms, I felt like a massive pulse go through my body.
Wow.
It's like a energy, like pow, like
Yeah.
I felt it.
Wow.
And I was suffering at the time with because I was suffering with rheumatoid arthritis.
Ooh.
And then since my dad died,
You haven't had it. Yep.
it literally went away.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe he took it from you when he left.
I was totally cured from a rheumatoid arthritis. Then I started playing guitar again because I gave up playing guitar and playing professionally because I was professional before, but I gave it up years beforehand because I just couldn't do it anymore. I was just crippled with arthritis. And then
I wanna
and then after
bring
my dad,
something to light. Back in the day, and we've seen it in movies, and maybe even heard about it in the Bible somewhere. Usually when like fathers die, at least the eldest son is called to their deathbed so that they can look each other in the eye as they die, so that whatever gifts the father had would be directly downloaded and passed on to the son. And I think
I
that's
think
what happened
it
to
can
you.
happen without that too. I think you can get
But
it
he
when
was in
they
such
pass.
close contact with him because he fell into his arms. That's why he
Right.
felt it.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I was my dad's only son as well, so his only
Wow.
natural son anyway.
Highlighting the dark.
Well, I think that was a good thing that you got to be there, though, Frank.
I lived with them like since I was born, so I never
Well,
moved
the
out.
one that is worthy. You were worthy. Yeah.
Yeah, but
You
all
could
my
be
family,
trusted with
all my brothers and sisters, I got five, or I had 5 brothers and 2 sisters. I lost one brother during COVID after
I'm sorry.
getting a needle graft. He died
Yes.
a week
Sorry
after
to hear
getting.
that.
He died a week
Yeah,
after getting a
sorry
jab.
to hear that. Don't. Yeah.
But and
What a coincidence, unfortunately.
but
well, I know
the
what you
rest of
mean.
them, I've not had a Christmas card, a birthday card,
Cross stitch. Yeah.
a visit. Like when I got my own flat,
Yeah.
I've not had like a single visit, not a single contact with any of my family. Not one of them have come to visit me or to say hello since my mum died.
Really?
Wow.
No.
How does that make you feel?
Well, not very good, but
Really?
No.
Yeah, I could feel that. Yeah.
Yeah. If you
Well,
had
I hate to hear that. That happens to a lot of people in their family, but what I'm concerned about is what makes them back away like that. You
Because they
know,
feel guilty.
that's
They've got lots of guilt because they weren't around for my mum when she was alive.
right.
I was the only
But
one there for my
still,
mum.
there's got to be I think sometimes it's so deep that you're, I don't know. I don't know what it is. It could be, but I've heard that happen to a lot of families. The matriarch of the family passes or ascends.
Mhm.
Everybody separates.
Yeah.
The family
Yep.
separates.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was a societal goal from all the way back from the Fabian Society.
Yeah. Break up the family.
Yeah.
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 Break the family unit.
All the way up to Black Lives Matter, the breakup of the nuclear family, right?
But before Black Lives Matter, there's a company called Common Purpose,
Mhm.
which worldwide. And
Never heard of it. Yeah.
they started around the early 90s.
Yeah.
And they got into
Wow.
NGOs, non-government organisations, and the police force, and the councils, local constituencies, and they were training leaders.
Mm.
Well, they were training people to be leaders.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's there's a company called Common Purpose, and their training was paid for by the taxpayer. And I think it's £30,000 per each, and they used NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, on people to interact with the public, like police, all people in the state, people in positions of power.
Project
Mhm.
Mockingbird.
Yes. And I was going to say this
Yeah, they were trained.
earlier when we were. But
They were trained to basically change the minds of the public.
Yeah.
And that's a
yes.
company called Common Purpose.
Ah,
And
so I never heard of that.
they were based in Switzerland as well. The company is based in Switzerland.
Figures.
Okay.
I was going to
But
say
only
earlier, they
if
create
you
the leaders like Hitler and Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden. They create them and then they put them in place and then they go, oh, look, we're going to take them down. And then they do. And then they blame it all on that person who's dead and can no longer speak for themselves. But they were always placed there. Neuro-linguistic techniques.
Well, look what
Yes.
they've done in Syria. They've taken a terrorist leader, a guy who was offered $24 million for his death, and now he's the president of Syria. And everybody's praising him and ass kissing and saying he's great.
And Mr. Zelensky used to play the piano with his packer.
Yeah.
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 And now he's a tyrant. Come on.
And he should
It's
dress up
very
as a lady as well.
traumatizing that I even fucking know that, but my husband found.
You're so funny, Paula. That's
And he
funny.
used to dress up as a lady.
Oh gosh.
Well, we've got a drama teacher for a prime minister. Beat that, you know. Well, I guess
Well,
that
we
does,
don't got any.
that does beat
We
it.
don't got anything better, John.
Piano playing prime minister. That does beat Justin Trudeau.
That we know of.
Yeah.
We don't know. I mean,
Yeah, that we know of.
He
No, we
looks a
know of.
little hinky. Yes, me.
But
Yeah, no, I
people,
think
to
it's a
me,
Oh,
who
it's
gets
insane.
programmed, they have weak minds because, you know, people say,
Yes.
oh, they're asleep. But if you have a strong mind, because you just cannot program me, you know. Now, my mom
Yeah.
could because she'd whip my ass, but.
Mhm. Yeah, like you can't be hypnotized. You have to be able to be hypnotized
No,
in
I
order for that
can't.
to work, the neuro-linguistic stuff. I cannot be hypnotized. I
can't either.
checked.
I can't either. Makes me mad,
I
too.
paid a motherfucker to hypnotize me and he couldn't.
I
Way back in the
can't
day.
either
long time ago.
because I'm half Irish and the Irish cannot be hypnotized.
I'm Irish too. Yeah.
I got
Huh.
over in me
It's possible.
somewhere. I just don't know from where because supposedly my mom was adopted. So I'll never. But I'm white as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I have blonde hair and blue eyes and freckles. Not a lot, but I got freckles. So
My
I had
family
red
tree.
hair,
I had
so I
freckles
was
yeah,
always
red highlights. Yeah.
I've got my family tree going right back to 54 AD.
Yeah, I
wow,
can't track mine like that. It's nice that you can though.
wow. How did you do that, Frank? Go that far back?
Well, my cousin did it back to like the 1200s.
Wow.
Wow.
And then it's a heraldry organization called Burke's Peerage. They wrote a book on my family.
Really?
And it went all the way back to 54 AD.
Whoa,
Did you find
dude.
anybody interesting?
Yeah, Jesus
Uh,
was in there
No,
somewhere?
not Jesus. No. No.
Gee.
Well, I mean, it was really far back. I had to, you know.
I know, that was cool, but
In the 1200s, an ancient relative was a Knights Templar.
Oh,
ooh,
dude, that's cool.
when I do past lives, I've had a couple of people come up as a Knights Templar.
Yeah.
I've got the
In
book here
your
somewhere.
family. You know, I can tell you on my mom's side, I'm Canadian. And on my dad's side, I'm Pomeranian.
No, you can't see it because of my background.
So it's
What's
really
a Pomeranian? What's Pomeranian?
Today it's known as Poland, but it used to be
Your
Pomerania.
back.
Oh.
Your back's. Let us see that, sir. Or is that your hat? Oh yeah, we can't see it because of the background. You'd have to take the background.
Yeah, your thingy is blurring it out. Yep.
Your thingy.
What do you call it? Background thing, you know.
I'm being nasty.
Green screen.
Oh.
Oh,
the
Burke's.
Burke's Pier.
Wow,
Age book.
dude.
Wow.
Triggs, it's my surname, Triggs.
Yeah.
Wow.
This book. It's got all the
Well, that's amazing.
all the history of the family.
We
Going
got a
back
tree
to
there.
54 AD.
Nice.
Yeah, somebody was
You got
thinking.
it all. And the only way you can do that is if you know for sure that you were, if there was no adoptions.
Yep.
Oopsies.
Yeah, no whoopsie doos, and
I'm the first son of my father, and my grandfather was a famous pianist, and his grandfather was a famous architect who got a knighthood. And
Nice.
and that's where we
Wow.
started. That's where we started the family tree, and it
Yeah,
just went back all the way back to the 13th century or the 1200s.
I'd be a little scared to go back into my family.
At least that far. I mean,
My family goes back to the border of England and Scotland, and we traced it back to around the 1400s.
Oh, nice.
1800s.
Wow.
We were sheep stealers.
Oh,
We used to
interesting.
go over the border and
Yeah.
steal eating the sheep.
Yeah. Yeah, I just went back to the 1800s and I stopped.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I've even got the emigrations of the family of like some of the family that went to America, some of the family that went to Australia and different parts of the world. Like in lots of them went in the 1600s to Virginia in America.
Wow.
And then lots went to Australia as well. A couple of them as criminals, but most of them not as criminals. But
I'm sure we all have criminals and all kind of manner
Oh yeah.
people, family members,
Oh, yeah.
angels. We are here to do better than they did.
yeah.
But this is what I found strange. When I was just like 9 or 10, I'd be a liar if I told you I knew exactly what age. I used to tell my mom this. I'd say, I just want to go home, Mom. And she said, you are home, babe. And I'm like, no, I don't feel like I am. but I didn't even know what I was saying. But once I got older, I thought I was saying that back then. So I don't. Maybe I'm extraterrestrial.
Could be from Mars.
Well, I personally
Well,
think
that's
we
my
all
planet.
are.
I'm an Aries. That's my planet.
Well, apparently,
We think
I had memories of like a previous life when I was really little.
Really?
Nice. Probably your
Yeah.
most recent one. Your last one.
I don't
Could
remember it.
be, huh, Paula?
I can't remember any of it, but I remember my mum telling me that I used to say that I used to live with another family when I was really tiny, when I was like 2 years old. That I used to live with this family and
Wow.
in another place when I was like 2 years old. But I don't remember it. It's just something that my mum told me that I said. And I used to keep saying it as well. Apparently, I used to keep mentioning it, and
Yeah, probably
Yeah.
possible.
Wow.
those memories just disappeared. I can't remember any of it. So maybe I need
I had
to
a
I mean, maybe I need to be hypnotized, regressed, or something to find out.
I had a
Since you
NDE in 2014, and when I woke up, I didn't. I came back awake, and I didn't think before I passed out. I said my goodbyes to everybody in my head. It wasn't an overdose from like drugs. I mean, it was medicine, but it wasn't from like doing drugs. And I couldn't remember who I was, why I was in that bed, whose house it was. So I had to keep a journal of every day so I would remember because it gave me short term memory loss.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had a few people tell me, and you might be able to tell me if this was true, Paula, that I could have fractals of another soul because mine had to go. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
I have.
Have you?
No,
Yep.
I haven't heard of that.
I literally had to find out. I mean, like, I would end up places where I don't know how I got there. I would have to have my name wrote down. It was like that movie 21st or 51st Dates or
Yeah,
something
I
like
was gonna
that.
say like 51st dates. Yeah.
Yeah, it was really strange, but it happened.
The feeling that I got in my DMT experience, that especially on the third session when I thought that nothing really else happened, was that the mother being that I interacted with was like a collected consciousness of everything that had lived before.
Yeah, we all go back to one root being in the beginning,
And we are just like,
and we expand out from that.
and like she's like the tree, and we are just like the leaves of the tree that from her.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
That's
that
the feeling
the
I got.
oneness is like the center of our galaxy, which
Yeah,
is in the Milky Way,
it's
in
like
the same vicinity as the butterfly cluster. Just saying.
it's like really connectedness. Like we're all connected. We're all.
It's everything. We are connected to everything.
I am you. You are.
Yeah.
You are me.
Yeah. But we can experience other people's past lives as well as our own.
Yeah.
Because
Wasn't that the Beatles that had that song, You Are Me? Don't I can't sing, so I won't
all
do
I can
that
think of
to
is I
you.
want to hold your hand, but
I want to hold your hand.
Yeah, I was going for the long and winding road.
Ah.
Oh man, I love that song. Now it's playing in
That song's got some bad connotations, I think.
My favorite one is
A
the day
few
in
of
the
them
life.
do. The
It's like
Tavistock Band.
Yeah,
I think it's the one.
exactly.
I think it's the one. I think I'm thinking of the right song. I don't know.
It's like that. There's
Oh, I'm showing you that. By the way, I'm showing you giant Jewish space lasers. By the way.
Okay.
Let me see.
Oh, here's a couple of examples.
yeah. I've been looking at it.
That's a satellite, right?
Yeah.
Have you seen the old craft that a guy called what's his name? Thomas Townsend Brown made?
No.
Flying saucers back in the 1930s.
We had Arrow, the Arrow company, the Avro Arrow. Remember the Avro Arrow? They
Yeah.
also made a flying saucer.
Yeah, but Thomas Townsend Brown was around in the 1930s, and he was messing about with electrogravitics, using electricity for anti-gravity craft, using saucers, like flying saucers.
Nice.
And it went all black projects in pretty much after World War II. Soon as America got all the Nazi scientists, it all went black.
Yeah.
Because they had the bell as well, the Nazi bell, which is supposed to be an anti-gravity device.
What made you do the DMT, Frank?
Discovery.
Right, but you knew what you were doing, right?
Yeah. I did mushrooms a long time back, long years ago.
Yeah, I've done those.
Once I done too much mushrooms once. I done like 7.5 grams of mushrooms without knowing how much I should take.
Holy crap!
Holy shit!
No, thank you.
That was the first time, and the last time I done mushrooms.
Yeah, they say you should take some time to build up to doing that amount.
Yeah, well, like that was the first time.
Yeah, that's probably not the best experience.
It's
I picked a mushroom off of a cow turd and rinsed it off with beer and ate the whole thing. And I got lost in Dallas, Texas. But I found my way home.
Nice.
I did too.
Oh,
I did do mushrooms again after that, about 2 years after that, but it was a different mushroom.
Yeah.
The first time was psilocybin, and I got a lot out of that. Like
right.
But the second time someone got me these mushrooms. They were like the red ones, with the white
Yes.
dots,
Yes.
animascaria.
Yeah.
And that was horrible. That was the worst experience I've ever had in my life.
Oh boy, I don't like those. Yeah.
I got stuck in a loop.
Oh.
I couldn't break out of this loop. I was at the door of my house with my keys in my hand. And I was trying to put the keys in the door. I was dropping the keys, and I was saying to myself, "Oh, I dropped my keys."
Ooh, a tiny of dropping keys. Oh my god.
Oh, I dropped my keys. Pick up my keys. Oh, I dropped my keys. Pick up my keys. And I was doing that for about 3 or 4 hours. I was stuck in a loop.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh, but that's funny.
Well, that's how I feel about this world. This world is like that. Groundhog Day. You know, the shit hit the fan today. Fuck it, did it again tomorrow. It's like in the movie Groundhog Day. He's like, "We'll deal with you tomorrow." The guy that was going through Groundhog Day, and he said, "Well, how do you know if tomorrow's going to come tomorrow? It didn't come today."
Yeah, I don't recommend what was it, Animus muscaria, whatever they're called, Animateria muscaria, whatever they're called. I don't recommend them. They're not good.
I've done purple microdot, chocolate mescaline, window pane, mushrooms. I've done it all.
No, seriously, I did some really blotter good, and I saw the little people. I did. No, that's my story. Yeah, we pulled off on the road. It was a long story before
How
that.
scary.
Yeah, it wasn't scary, but okay. It was trippy.
Yeah.
I saw the
Only if they came at you with little knives or something, you know.
Right. Actually, I kind of started chasing them because I'm going, no, I did not see what I saw. And I kept going in further into this like forest thing. And sure enough, they were there. And they were running from me. Anyway.
They were running for me.
Yeah.
That what you got up there right now, brain encoding and decoding fMRI.
Yeah.
Back in several years ago, before COVID happened, in 2018, there was a patent by Bill Gates, Microsoft.
Mm-hmm.
It was called
Our favorite guy.
It was called CV. The patent number was CV 2020 060606.
I've heard about that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I know.
And that was to do with a cryptocurrency based upon the body activity data
Mm-hmm.
from your brain.
Yes.
And quoted in the patent was Neuralink and a guy called Jack Gallant. And Jack Gallant is a scientist at Berkeley University. He was making videos from MRI scans of people's brains so that they can actually see the pictures in people's minds.
Yes, I have
Right.
one of those. I played one of those.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was Bill Gates' plan to use Neuralink.
Yep.
Actually, without using Neuralink, using fMRI
Yes.
from like a 5G, 6G
6G. Yep.
router, so that everyone's got a router in their own home
Mm-hmm.
that can scan your brain and can read the brain. It can read the blood moving around in your brain to get an image of your brain patterns.
There you go.
Okay,
And-
so if
and lit-
Bill
and literally
Gates was
see the-
if Bill Gates was to pass, what would who would own that patent?
Bill Gates.
But if he's not here if he ascends and passes away,
Replace it with a new
The corporation. Mm-hmm. The corporation.
They'll just replace it with a new one.
Microsoft, but it's a
Pretend nothing
Microsoft
ever died.
patent, so whoever owns Microsoft.
Yeah, it'll be
So-
corporate owned, right? Bill Gates is just the poster boy for corporate. That's all.
Okay. Oh, I get you.
So if somebody's reading my images, I mean,
They're reading your brainwaves.
And reading your brainwaves, they can actually
Yeah.
see the
Code that
images
into images, whether
of
they
your
do or
thought.
not.
So that they can actually
Oh.
see what you're thinking.
yes.
Like a TV when it
So-
yeah.
So if I feel like
they can
if I
watch
feel
your
like they're doing
dreams.
this,
Remember that Christmas
Oh,
tune? Do you
dreams.
hear what I hear? Do you see what I see?
They can watch your
Uh-huh.
dreams. They can literally record your dreams as a video.
Yes.
wow.
Yeah,
oh,
Frank.
I've had some
I
good
bet.
ones lately.
Yep.
Me
Everybody,
too.
send them the
Can't
bird
find the
right now.
download for that. I had it downloaded. It's in one of my download files. But yeah, they have blinking. You know, they hear your respiration. They can see your blinking. They can hear what's going on around you and see it.
Wow.
Yeah, because energy is a wave, so they just pick up on that wave and get you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the blockchain is part of blockchain architecture is part of it as well.
Yeah.
And these whole crypto coins, those are computations for
To do
human
this.
movement and brainwave activity.
Yeah. I figured it was something
So
like that.
always be your authentic self, and the only way that they can say you saw or said something that you didn't saw or see is if they lie on you. Have
Yeah.
integrity. Be who you are. No masks.
Well, I'll tell you
Well,
what, if I
that's
know
all I
that,
know how to do.
yeah, if I know
Me
that
too.
they're in my head, I'm gonna mentally picture flipping them off.
I said, come on,
See
quick,
if they'll pick
everybody,
that up.
send them the bird. 5 minutes ago. Quick, everybody, what right now? Send them the bird.
Okay, let's do it. 1, 2, 3.
Now.
Yeah.
Yes.
We did it. I did it.
I bet they felt
I
that
did
one.
it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you never see me again, you know they came and got me. Thanks, Paula. I'll tell. Thank you, Paula. I got taken away.
They're coming to take us away.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right. I wonder why. All right, so because see, like we all know that when we get on our phones or tablets or our laptop, whatever we were thinking, it will have that right there for you to see.
Even if you don't say it out loud and tell no
Right,
motherfucker.
right.
There it is.
So, is that the same thing, John?
No.
Because I was under the understanding it's called the algorithm. Well, who runs the algorithm?
AI.
Yeah, well, yeah, true.
I've not owned a phone, a smartphone.
The AI can't
cell
figure
phone.
out my algorithm, I guess.
Yeah, you can mess with the AI too. You can.
I do,
talk
yeah.
Things, right? So.
Right.
I've not owned a smartphone
It's not
for 2
perfect.
years.
You know, it's got a long way to go.
But I'll be thinking of an insurance company or anything, right? And I'll get on my tablet and there is a documentary right
Yeah.
there.
Yep. It's
I'm like,
it's definitely
okay.
decoding brainwaves.
Right. Okay, that's what I was asking. That's what I thought.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems to be.
Well, when I remote viewed what everybody was calling Q years ago,
Yeah.
they kicked me out. They did.
Oh no.
They telepathically told me I better leave.
Yeah, they probably have a few people there.
But I thought Q was just something everybody was saying, and then I thought one day I'll remote view it.
Yeah.
Well, it may have
Like I got kicked
it
out.
started out as something like a whistleblower type of thing, but it quickly got overtaken.
Yeah.
Well, something took it because they kicked my ass out. That's hard to do.
Yeah.
Can't get rid of a fire sign very easy, right, Paula?
Right
Yeah.
on, sister. We burn bright and we
You
will
got
not
it right.
be quenched.
That's terrible.
And I had very little water in my birth chart information. So seriously, not quenching this fire. It stokes forever.
Yeah, the little smartwatches. I found out I never looked at the little smartwatches they have right now, but they're using light to detect your heart rate. They claim, but they're also using
Right.
light now to change DNA and program.
So, what about the ones that people wear on their wrist?
That's what I'm saying. The smartwatches. They have a little light,
Okay.
LED light underneath them that has
Wow.
color, so it penetrates into the skin. And I'm showing you guys all the smart patch or the super patch.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. So that has the capability of logging directly into your body.
Yeah, I have some friends that do that.
I don't own anything smart. I got rid of my smartphone about 2 years ago. I don't even own a cell phone.
Yeah, good for you.
All I've got is my
I don't
laptop.
own a cell phone either.
My
On
laptop's
purpose.
hooked up Ethernet. I don't have a Wi-Fi
Yeah.
or anything.
Yeah, I use Ethernet. I have to have a cell phone, but yeah, you can keep your cell phone in a Faraday bag. And
Well, I don't have a cell phone, so when
That's
I
good.
go out, I'm out on my own. So I don't carry anything with me.
Except for the little mini bots they drop all over us all the time. Yeah.
Well,
The
there is
nanobots.
Yeah.
Besides that, we're hands free. Yeah.
all the nanoparticulates they use to track everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Just be who you are. Don't be fake. And they're either gonna like you or they're fucking not. And oh well, if they kill you, at least you died free. You died being you. You didn't die being fake.
Yeah.
Because karma's a bitch. So you want to clean that shit up before they do end you.
I've always used my own.
Carmelita and me are good friends, Paula.
I've always used my
We
real
really
name
are.
as well. Everywhere I'll use my real
What?
name
Yeah.
Yeah.
because what you make a fake name and I think, well, that's more reason for them to look into you. Maybe that's my
Yeah.
that's my philosophy.
Maybe. They know who you are anyway.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, they've known since you were born. They took your handprint, your footprint, and
Yep.
they
They've been
stamped
following
your
your
ass with a
movements
number.
since '95, so
Yeah.
they could even, without any devices
And
anywhere
they took
near
your
you,
blood
they
type.
still
Yeah.
tell what you're saying, what you're thinking.
hmm
So
See, they knew we were coming. See, this is what happened was we were born. They took our blood. They stamped our feet, our hands. They did all of that. And most of us were born in the 60s. They call us Generation X. Some were born in, I guess, the early 80s, but we're the older generation of that. And they looked into our time of birth and our birth date information, and they saw exactly who they were, and they were like, fuck, it's time to start doing shit like control the weather in the minds of the people, because this crew just came in. Yeah.
I think I must have been one of those first waves. I was born in '57.
Oh, I must be the
So,
youngest one. I was born in '73.
I'm
dude, I was almost
1968.
graduated.
Yeah.
Paula, you're young. Go out and
Yeah.
party. What are you doing freaking home on New Year's Eve that young? Shit.
Oh,
I was
51.
born in
That's-
1968.
Yeah,
I'm
the nifty
58.
50s. Yeah.
I'll be
Mhm.
68 in April.
hi, Colin.
Oh, yeah, me too. I'm not 68, but I have a
Happy New Year.
birthday.
I was out gigging. I was playing with a band. I got home at
Yeah.
2:30 in the morning. It's now, what time is it now?
Oh, it's gonna be
About
like
6.
It's nearly 5 in the morning here.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Wow.
You partied through the night.
Yeah.
Party, party, party.
Party.
And they
That's
stamped
right,
the
me and G.
refugees
Me and
in the
G.
I've been,
Party,
minds
party,
with
party.
good
I've been
people.
sobering up during the night. That's what I've been doing, sobering up.
Yeah.
I'm glad
That's
you came
cool.
in here. I'm glad you
Yeah,
came in
nice.
here and doing this.
Yeah,
Yes.
I have too.
Yep, yeah.
It's the first time I've come on this. I normally just go on Steve's, on Nocturnals.
Yeah, we're a little
I've not
I
ever
hope
heard of
to see
him.
we're a little
you.
more alternative thinking than Steve's channel,
Yeah.
but Colin shared this with us: body area powering with human body coupled power transmission and energy harvesting. Nice, yes, nice.
Uh-huh. Without our permission, which is
Harvest
no.
some weed. Harvest some weed.
Yeah, that's their dream. What they want to do is get an AI in you, and then it can be self-powered. Then they can pretty much shut down all these systems if they have to, and they'll still have a system running in us. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, no more 10-minute breaks, everybody.
Yeah.
I almost I have some Blue Dream and I was gonna wax tonight, but I thought, oh crap, I better not because that stuff is strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm smoking tonight on what is it called? Hawaiian night.
Mm.
I'm all Hawaiian.
Come on, Death Bubba.
Nice. Ooh, I
Super
love
Death
blue
Bubba.
bubbles.
I have Grape Ape.
Nice.
Ooh, purpley.
Good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a cartridge. G.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Purple.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The purple family.
It's liquid. Yeah.
I have a nicotine vape because I gave up smoking about a year and a half ago. That's all I've got.
Yeah.
I've been smoking weed daily since I was 14 and I'm 67.
Yeah, me too. 14 for me too. 1973, I remember it.
Can you get gummies where you are?
No.
Oh,
Frank?
yeah, I can. Oh, Frank.
No, not, you can't get them in the UK. Well, you can illegally. Well, you can find someone that'll sell you some flapjacks or some brownies, maybe, but they're expensive.
Yeah, I have we have dispensaries here and we're legal. so
Yeah,
I
we're not.
can go get whatever I want because I have a license.
There's one club in the UK that has got you're allowed to legally smoking, but it's like 100 miles. It's
1
like
minute till New
100
Year's
miles.
in Eastern Canada.
Nice.
Oh, so you're all, it's almost your New Year,
Yep.
John?
Yeah, yeah. Here it
Oh,
is. New
Happy New
Year's.
Year.
Here it
Happy
is.
New Year,
Happy
John.
New Year. Give Max a hug and a kiss. Be right back.
Okay, I totally get that. I've
One
got
more
Oh, he's
two
gonna
more.
go. I thought he meant a kiss from us. He's gonna go get one from his wife.
Yeah, he's gonna kiss his wife New Year's. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so stupid.
At work, and I'm home alone.
Yeah.
Hugs.
I'll give here, Paula.
Loretta, happy next day. Happy
Yeah.
random day in the winter.
Yeah. Happy random day in winter.
I still have 2 hours.
I just have
Truly a
one.
new year.
I still believe New Year's
Properly.
to me is March 23rd. That's my New Year's.
In the spring, baby. That's right.
I thought it was March 1st, but I think you're right, John.
So Alex says April 1st, which is it's close enough, you know.
April Fools. April Fools,
April
motherfuckers.
Fools.
April motherfucking Fools.
I like to think of it as Christmas Day because it's when the sun rises for the first time from its lowest point.
Yes.
Yeah, that would
Yes.
be a better day. Yeah, 3 days of darkness and then the rising, right?
Yep. and it rises on the Celtic Cross constellation.
Yep.
Yes, that's
How
right.
interesting.
So God's sun rises on the Celtic Cross.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
So it's very
Yes.
astronomical, isn't it?
And the sun
Yes,
is
it
my
is.
ruling planet. Yes.
Mine
Great,
too.
all those stories
As a
mirror.
Leo. Yes.
Yeah.
And the first depiction of a Christ, like going back in ancient history, was like 1,000 years before Christ, and it was a man. Actually, it was a woman with a goat head.
I did some research, Frank,
Why would it be a
on
goat head, though? It's
the
opposite
image of
Leo.
Christ,
No,
and it's this
No.
emperor's
Yeah,
son.
you're welcome. We're getting
This
an
emperor's son wanted to be the pitch, so that this I can't remember who painted him, but that's what, because of course Yahweh was not white; he was dark skinned.
Oh, they're shooting off fireworks here for you guys.
Oh gosh, they've been shooting them off here all night.
Well, I think that actually literally means the black sun that no one knows about, possibly.
Black hole
If it
sun.
It was a
Black
black
hole
moon
sun.
yesterday.
You're the one. Yeah.
Yeah, I lit a candle and wrote down all my things
But
I want to come to
goat
fruition.
head stands for Capricorn. And
Yeah, we've got an
Capricorn
echo.
stands for government. So
we have
I
YouTube open.
don't
Yeah,
know
hold on.
It's not me.
Not me for sure.
I'm wearing headphones.
Oh, the headphone. Did you have them on before?
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
got them on all
yeah.
the time.
Well,
I think it's
then
you,
I don't
Frank.
know.
It's either Frank or
Huh.
Paula.
I can
Because
hear
I
the
didn't do
echo
anything.
too.
I haven't even touched my tablet. Like,
Well, if you
I
turn
have
off for a
nothing
sec,
open.
we'll see.
Yeah.
I'll mute.
I mute. See what happens.
Yeah.
Still there?
Check.
Yeah, it's
I
Frank.
s-
Oh, it's you, Paula. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
G.
No, I have headphones on.
Try muting up for
Okay.
a minute. See what happens.
Hello.
Still getting an echo.
I was muted. So.
Paul, unmute. Okay.
Is it
And
you,
I was
John?
muted.
I muted up and it didn't stop, as far as I know. Let me try.
All right, hang on. I'm gonna mute.
Did it stop there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nope.
No,
I
Nope.
still
I don't hear it anymore.
It's not as
still
bad
have
as
an
what it
echo.
was.
I heard it. I heard it. It was Frank.
No, it's not me. I was muted for 30 seconds there.
It came back
Well.
when you did, Desert Rose. Try it again. You'll see. You'll see.
All right, let me try to.
See, it goes away right now. It's gone. Can you either unplug? Let me mess with your. Come back on and let me mess with your settings. So turn your mute back off. Yeah.
All right, what about now?
Nope, still echoing. You might have to leave and come back in.
Hold on.
Have
I
you
can
got
play
echo
with your
cancellation
settings.
turned on?
Yeah, I just have to play with her settings a bit. See if that helps. Try again, does it, Rose?
Hello.
There we go.
Well, I'll be
Everyone good
darned.
with that?
Wouldn't you know it was me?
There we go. Yeah, it's just I have to go in and change your settings back and forth a couple times. That's all.
I know I'm changing all the time.
It's still echoing.
Is it?
Well,
Do you guys
I'll
hear
be
it in chat?
darned.
I
Yeah.
don't hear it.
Yeah, I hear it. I hear our voices.
Uh-oh.
Grand
It's a
Canyon.
ghost.
In the machine.
It's like a room echo.
Yeah, it's the kind of echo you pay for when you're on stage.
Yeah.
Reduce background noise.
Chorus.
Try that alone. I don't know if that.
And
Goes.
you know,
it
I can
even
hardly hear
sounds
Max.
different.
Like, I can't even hardly hear Max since the echo started. I can hear everyone else way better than I can hear Max.
No.
Are you in settings, John?
Yeah, I'm just playing with settings.
I don't
That
hear it
sounded
now.
better. I heard you better.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's great there.
Nice.
All
Yeah.
right.
No
The
echo.
gone?
Nice.
Yeah.
That sounds
All right.
good.
Good.
Touch
Must
nothing.
not have been any of us.
Ghost in the machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping for something exciting.
Yeah, we got it. New
Mm,
Year's. Hoo
Yeah.
hoo. Look what 25's bringing us.
Yeah, a little audio
great.
glitch. Oh, we got her. No problem. Hopefully
I
that'll be the rest of
know.
you. Little glitches and we'll catch it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm going to smoke on that one.
Yeah, me too. Cheers,
Yeah,
everyone.
me too.
There's my little tray.
All right.
And
Cheers.
whoever
Cheers,
burns
everyone.
incense. Cheers.
Happy
Whoever
New Year.
burns incense and what's that other shit called? Smudging.
Shit.
Smudge. Everybody
Oh,
smudge.
Yep, I got a smudge stick right here. We'll fire
Everybody
that
smudge, especially Max. Yes.
I'd have to get up and get mine.
I think the problem was at his end, but we still all
It sure was,
experienced it.
Paula.
Yes. They were messing with him hard, making everybody think it was you.
It was him trying to hurry up, go give his wife a kiss.
He caught me.
No, we've been
Never
saying some pretty
disappointed with that.
calm shit tonight. So nice. Thank you, Max. Much appreciated. Yes.
Might be able to get a bit out of this pipe.
So set your intention for next year, right now, or when your
I did.
midnight is, or you can do it on March 23rd or April 1st, if you believe that's the new year.
Yeah, the Chinese New Year runs
I
later.
say it's April Fool's.
That'd be
And
a good one.
supposedly that would make it also, if it's April Fool's, could also be Christ's birthday, which is the sun. So it's like, and it's April Fool Day. So everybody goes around and they trick each other all fucking day. And they don't know why. Because trick or treat, motherfuckers, they lied to you about everything.
There's our gangster. Well, our
yeah,
gangster.
yeah.
Well, I believe they lied to us about Christ as well.
Oh,
Say what?
all of
I
it.
think they lied to us about Christ as well.
Yeah,
Well,
we
the
are the
interesting thing
Christ.
about that, the Bible was forbidden to read until the 15 or 1600s, and then they gave us a bunch of different versions, right? So,
Well, have you heard this guy called Armin Hillman, Dr. Armin Hillman? He's a Greek philologist. He studies ancient Greek.
Oh, nice.
And he studied the chemical pharmacologies of ancient Greece, like the drugs that they used and the dotes. They're called the dotes and the antidotes. The dotes were things that put them into an altered state, and the antidotes was
to bring them back.
Was the things to bring them back.
Interesting.
And
Wow.
and in the ancient texts, in the Greek version, the Septuagint of the Old Testament, it says that the Christ is a title meaning to Christos, which means to administer.
Yes.
I see.
Administer
Yes, to administer. Yes.
to administer the drug.
Dude.
Or truth. Yes.
And
Well,
so
the pineal fluid is pretty much a drug.
and well, they his disciples, written actually in the ancient Greek version,
Yeah.
are children. They're not men. They're prepubescent children.
Okay.
And Christ went around with loads of children, basically. He always got, and if you read, it makes a lot more sense when you read the Bible, because he always calls them his children.
Okay. Interesting.
So it makes more sense
Yeah.
as well when you go back to the original sources, the original texts of the ancient Greek, because Greek was the most common language in those times.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
Hebrew was
English
dead.
is now.
Yeah, Hebrew was a dead language even in like the 3rd century BC. It was already a dead language. It was
Right.
It was already
Like Latin. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Latin
Hey.
came along with Greek after Greek.
Well, that's horrible.
The Romans. Greek
Well, you
Greek
know,
was there for.
I wondered about the oracles.
Well, the oracles were people that basically young girls that were
Seers.
off their heads on all sorts of substances, mostly snake venoms and things like that.
Oh, that's a bad word for me tonight.
Well, they were put into an altered state, and then they were given an antidote, which they called the purple.
Oh, I know about that, Frank.
Yeah.
Is that from the lotus flower?
Well, the purple was like some kind of mind-altering substance.
Right.
And,
but even they use that, I think, to be enlightened and to have like a DMT trip.
Yeah, it come from all different sorts of animals and plants.
Yeah.
But the antidote, which is the disturbing thing,
Is the sperm.
is the fluid from a pubescent child.
Right. You're right. Where did you learn that from? Because I know all about that.
Dr. Armin Hillman.
That's exactly where I did. That's exactly where I found out.
It's got a channel called Lady Babylon on YouTube.
And that's why they were angry when they said he was being crucified, that his own people was against him, because he got caught.
He got caught after coming
He got
out
caught
of
with that young boy.
A young boy who was the antidote,
Right.
because Christ, being a Christ figure, to prophesize, he had to go into an altered state, which was
Right. And he did too much, or he had to come down or something.
He done too much, and I think it was Peter. There's 3 of his disciples were there, standing by, watching from a distance.
Watching, right.
And they left a young boy, pubescent boy, in the Garden of Gethsemane to be his antidote.
Right.
He was naked, just dressed in a linen around his private parts.
Right. You're right.
Wow. And you know, there's a lot of
and this is in Mark.
artists' drawings in Greek, art of men sitting with boys.
Yeah, and this is actually in the New Testament, the Mark 14, 51, 52. It actually describes.
No kidding.
It actually describes Jesus being caught with a young boy in the Garden of Gethsemane, and that's why the Romans crucified him.
But it wasn't to molest the boy, it was to get the antidote.
Well, getting the
part
antidote
I
was molesting him.
The part
Well,
I say is that Ra is the sun god, is, the Christ, the real Christ, not some other guy
right.
claiming or
Yes.
someone else
Well,
claiming that they are Christ.
Christ is just a title for
Yeah.
the job that he had. It's like
Yeah,
it's like
but
calling
the son of God is the sun,
yeah, but
the actual sun that we have
yeah,
in
but
the sky.
that came like in the Middle Ages. That belief came in the Middle Ages, like hundreds of
But
years
I do
after.
know that whole,
But in the
Jeff
original
Dotsey
Greek
teaches that.
text, it doesn't say anything about him being the son of God.
Right.
No, I'm not saying
Exactly.
that
Same
he
enough
was.
too,
I'm just saying that that's who the son of God is our son. But
Yeah.
To me, Frank, a lot of people aren't aware of what Amon was talking about. I don't think that's his real name, Amon,
No, it's David.
but
Well, no.
whatever. Yeah, David,
Right.
wouldn't you know it?
It's
Uh,
got 2 master's degrees and a doctorate in classical
Yeah. Yes.
theology.
The
Um,
only
And
thing I
and
didn't like,
Christ
Frank,
was,
was when he would flog himself while he was doing a live show.
yeah,
I don't think he was really flogging himself, but I thought
no.
that was too theatrical, just too theatrical for
yeah.
me.
Well,
Yeah.
Don't know.
he actually describes why he does that.
Wasn't Christ, there's something here that I'm not remembering completely. Christ was just, the physical supposed Christ was a representation of someone else altogether. Like, wasn't it some Greek
Like a
guy or
metaphor?
no, it was
Well,
really this guy that did those things to those kids. And,
well,
Oh, yeah.
they said,
there was probably about a dozen Christ figures going back in history before Christ, who was
Right.
born of
okay,
a
maybe that's
virgin.
Way
what I
more
can't
than that,
remember.
probably.
There
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
Dionysus. Dionysus was a Christ
Right.
figure.
Right.
Some of the Egyptian gods were Christ figures.
Yep.
Yeah.
You got the
He's just a
French.
prophet
Yeah, a prophet who was the son
or a
of
seer.
the son of a
Yeah.
virgin.
12 disciples or followers.
It was crucified and resurrected.
Born of a virgin. Yeah.
Born of a virgin, resurrected 3 days after his death.
Yep. All of it.
Which
Repeat story.
coincides with the astronomical what happens in the sky with the sun rising
Right.
off the
When,
cross
yeah.
on the 3rd day.
Also mirrors our body as well. Yeah.
Also, as the sun crosses the Milky Way, winter solstice. Yeah.
Yeah, that crossing you were
It's
talking
the
Along
about, sun rises, is the crossing to the optic thalamus of the crystic fluid.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
right.
and with your moon
that
section.
Dr. Armin Hillman, he also did a degree in brain fractioning and brain studies.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And he described that there's an area in the brain where it's the most pure, where the most pure of water that exists on Earth is in I think it's called the 3rd ventricle in the brain.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And nothing can get in there. Literally, it's the most pure thing on planet Earth.
And if you can drink
And it's
from
in
that
everybody's,
fountain, you will never thirst again. Right.
and that is the elixir of life. That is the most pure substance known to man, and it's in everybody's brain.
Right. Yep. Now, Jordan Maxwell said that way back when, whatever, it was way before us, I guess, that God was called the, or Theo, Theo. Well, that's where the word theater came in. So it's like a stage. It's like a play, like we're in a simulation, you know.
Did you ever listen to Bill Cooper as well?
Yes, William Cooper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to follow him when I was on the radio.
Yeah,
in the
and Art Bell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of them. They were good.
Art Bell was a legend. Mr. Art Bell.
Yeah.
I was speaking to a guy that had pictures of Art Bell from what do you call him? It's like a medium, and this guy can take Polaroids around the room of, and it gets pictures of people, and this guy Johnny Webb, his name is. He used to go on Art Bell back in the day on the radio. He's a friend of mine. I speak to him quite over the years. I spoke to him several times on live streams and things like I'm doing with you tonight. And Johnny Webb used to go on Art Bell back in the day in the 90s and speak about paranormal stuff. And Johnny Webb asked him to take some pictures when he was there of this medium, take these pictures, and they'll come out developed of pictures of Art Bell in the room around him.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Really weird.
Wow.
Really weird. But there were pictures like we actually tried to do an image search. So on the internet you can get an image and do an image search to see if that image has been posted anywhere else.
Mhm.
So you can look
Right.
up, save a like if that image has been done anywhere else, you can find it. None of the pictures of Art Bell that he had could be traced by an image search. So there was no other copy of that image anywhere online.
Hmm.
They were all original pictures.
That's interesting.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Very weird.
Well, you know, if everything wasn't strange and weird, we wouldn't have nothing to look into, would we?
Yes. It keeps it interesting.
True.
This medium is a Dutch guy. I forget what his name is. He's got a YouTube channel, but I don't know what he's saying because it's all Dutch language. It's double Dutch to me.
Hey, so I'm looking at the astrology tonight, and we have the moon in Capricorn. No wonder why we're kind of lighthearted and
Yeah.
jovial conversations.
Didn't
Pluto
it go
is-
out of Capricorn for a while and then it went back into Capricorn?
Pluto, yes, it's been doing its dance. And, you know, the degrees could be off by a few, so I like to have them square in the house before I claim, you know, they're really
Right.
there. The
Yeah.
fringes are questionable, but
I think that's when we do a lot of shadow work. We go within,
good
you know.
point. Yeah. Yes,
Mhm.
yes, the double-edged sword we walk with.
Mhm.
And let's see what else is in. Oh, Jupiter is in. Oh, no wonder Gemini. It's a little retrograde, but a lot of communication.
Do you have something to share there, G, that you can show us?
Oh, sure, I can share this.
Yeah.
Cool. I love that stuff.
I do too.
It has an effect.
It does.
I used to have to do my mum's star charts when she was alive. She used to have me doing them on the computer.
Yeah.
See if I can make it bigger.
Wow. Cool, G. Cool.
She used to make me read tarot cards for her as well.
Did she really?
Yeah, I learned how to read tarot cards by my mum.
Yeah.
And angel cards as well. There's another thing she got into, angel cards.
Yeah.
All right, let's look at this.
Total new moon.
Where is
which also the moon is a total new moon going into a new year. So I kind of take that as a clean slate. If you can,
Well, it's
you
it's a black moon. Also, it is it's called a black moon because it is the second new moon in a month in the same month.
Correct. Yes,
So
it's the second new moon here. So
What is those purple circles? G.
Retrograde.
Okay.
Yeah, that just represents a little retrograde going on.
Happy New Year, Mary.
So we've got Capricorn directly behind the sun, virtually.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
And Luna going. That's why it's very
Right.
going over
follow-
the social structure of things. That's what
I've-
Capricorn does.
I follow this guy called Keith Hunter, and he follows alignments that have happened in points in history, like, and where all
Good
the
one,
planets and Pleiades line up in one straight line when like there's
That
been really
happened a while ago, and I announced it on my channel when it
Yeah,
first
they
happened.
there was fear mongering. The solar system was going to fly apart because of it.
yeah.
Never did it?
No.
But yeah, I announced the lineup when it happened, and then they've just been leapfrogging it ever since, changing the pieces. But it's still the lineup, basically.
Yeah, tell me, if all the planets lining up didn't cause a cataclysm, what's going to,
Exactly.
You know it
People.
does.
Well, it might not affect us instantaneously. You don't know.
That was quite a while ago.
Yeah, it
So
was.
it's almost a
I'd
year
have to look
ago.
in my channel.
It's about a
I
year ago,
probably
year and
won't.
a half.
It might be a
I'd have to look
psychological
in my
event.
channel.
Yeah. Well, yeah. All astrological things are
Yeah.
psychological.
Yeah.
They affect the psychological anyway. But the
Because to
alignment,
me, you know what the Bible is? The Bible is like it's astrotheology, but it also tells you when to harvest, when to plant.
yeah,
So it's like an almanac, a farmer's
Yeah.
almanac.
yeah, and a personal way to rising above or enlightening the self.
Yes.
Well, going back to the very first human societies, like 12,000 years ago, Göbekli Tepe, they built monuments that were aligned to the stars and the solstices. So they were counting like when the summer solstice coming, the spring solstice, the spring equinox, the autumn equinox, winter.
Teenage
All the four poles, all the four equinoxes, they measured.
Yes.
And that's going back before 6,000 years before the Egyptians were even on the scene.
Right.
They knew.
And they were probably just remnants of an earlier civilization themselves.
Well, now every year they put back human civilization even earlier and earlier. Now it's over 300,000 years for the first modern human.
Yeah.
Like, just like us.
But
300,000 years.
then there was the Cro-Magnon that probably had technology. How far back do they go?
Yeah, and the Denisovans, which I only several years ago.
Yeah.
Another form of human being, which were very technical. They had jewelry and they made jewelry and all sorts of fascinating stuff. They drilled into pearls and stones.
Yep. They inlaid stuff. They did incredible things.
Yeah, made beautiful jewelry.
There were some people that made a worldwide civilization. In Canada, there's roads that run for hundreds of miles in these north, south, east, west directions perfectly. But rivers and lakes run through them and shit. So
They found massive cities that house over 20 million people in the Amazon rainforest.
yeah.
We're using LiDAR where they can see beneath the
Yeah.
trees, the ground.
Yeah, our history's so hidden from us, really.
Yep.
I wouldn't last 5 minutes in the Amazon.
Yeah, but back then there wasn't any jungle there.
No.
Yeah, I'm talking about today.
You talk about human interaction on climate. Like, I think we had a bigger impact in the past on the climate than we do now, because I think the entire planet was entirely colonized at one time, farmed and lived on.
I think it's more to do with astronomical impacts and
Yeah.
asteroids and
Right.
comets.
Or a solar flare. Or both asteroids and a solar flare.
Yeah.
Yep.
Major solar flare.
There's a guy called
Yes.
Dr. Paul Laviolette who has got this supernova, the Galactic Center, having a fart every 26,000 years, and putting out a big wave across the whole galaxy.
Wow. Well, there was a
Yes.
planet called Rehab, RAHAB, and we are supposedly a knockoff of that.
Mhm.
Exploded.
Yeah, that's an exciting document, Colin. Wireless optogenetic neural dust for deep brain stimulation. That's have to look into that.
Have you seen those first, the first people that have had the brain implants done?
Yeah, they're beyond that. That's old technology, apparently. That's very old. They can control.
I
little
need the
things.
fountain of youth. I'm
This
so old, I want the fountain of youth.
neural dust is equipped with a miniature LED that is able to stimulate the genetically engineered neurons that they can implant, and at the same time harvest energy from ultrasonic vibrations. Demonstrates feasibility of utilizing YOP neural dust for long-term implantation in the brain. Exciting.
I think what's more scary is what that Dr. Jack Gallant is doing. He doesn't need to implant you.
Yeah, it's all going to be done with nanodust, nanoparticles.
Well, not even that. It's just
Yeah.
just measuring the blood flow in your brain from a
Oh yeah, they've got that. They've got
from a
that.
Wi-Fi
Yeah.
router.
Yeah, they can do that with pretty much everything right now. Yeah, I was showing the where is it? What they can do with just a particle like graphene is an exciting new phase for them. But ECOG, or brainwave activity, is what they're working on monitoring with almost everything they're doing.
Yeah, they don't need graphene or anything or any.
No, they can use your bloodstream to transmit your bones.
They can read the
your-
language in your brain as well. They can read
They're-
thoughts.
Yeah, I haven't.
There's a YouTube channel where he lectures on.
Mhm.
Well, he hasn't done a lecture for a long time, for a few years.
Yeah.
But you can find his lectures. Jack Gallant's his name is. You
Okay.
find his lectures on it's called a Brain Mind Summit.
Mhm.
It's a YouTube channel, Brain Mind Summit. And
But there's also a crystal I don't know if it's in the pineal gland or wherever, but a doctor has I had a doctor tell me about this, but
Well,
you can't see it unless you're in
the pineal gland can crystallize with like excessive fluoride.
Yeah, but
and
there is a
chemicals.
tiny crystal in everyone, and that's how it's like an antenna.
They're made. They're created by organelles that are called magnetosomes. They're almost like midi chlorides in Star Wars, but they create little crystals and they deposit them in cells, and they have them inside themselves. They're magnetite and greigite crystals, and they align with the Earth's magnetic field, and that's believed where the memory of like the Akashic records and our memory and memory of our lives is stored.
Yeah.
Right.
And probably how Aborigines can go walkabout and find out exactly where their family are from 1,000 miles away.
Mm.
The ancient
Yeah.
Aborigines from Australia, they go walkabout.
Yep, that's remote viewing. That's what
Yeah,
that is.
Is
thousands of miles.
magnetite black?
Yes.
Okay, so the dark crystal, anyone?
Yeah, they're magnetized.
It's a rare
The
earth,
Dark
isn't it?
Crystal, the movie, The Dark Crystal.
Well, they're called greigite and magnetite. So you tell me, right?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
a rare
they're-
earth material, isn't it?
Yeah, they're magnetized to the Earth's magnetic field.
And then there's what is
Okay.
it that's in the heart? It's either a piece of copper or it's a piece of metal. It's in the heart, right? When I
don't
did
know.
research
I
on
haven't heard that.
Well, I did some research on that.
But the heart creates a magnetic field, but that's down to an electric pulse that the neurons do, because you actually have neurons in the heart tissue.
Right.
So,
Yes.
so your heart does actually have bits
It's
of
like
a
a
brain in
brain.
it. Yeah.
It's its
Yeah,
own
just
brain,
like
yeah.
a brain, right?
So you don't just
And your
think.
stomach has it, and then your
Yes.
heart, and then your mind. That's the Trinity, if you ask me.
So you don't just think with your head.
Right.
So this one, Colin sent us, is how to disrupt the brain to impair moral judgment.
Ooh, see?
The
They
Russians
are
did
not
that
going to
in
get
the
much of that.
the
Not
Russians
on my
did that
watch.
in the 1950s on the
Yeah.
American embassy. They fired microwaves into the embassy.
Yeah, that was Havana, the Havana syndrome. They also did Purple Dawn, where they set up a couple of towers and sprayed people with purple mist, had them go nuts on each other.
They also gave an entire community in America syphilis, a black community, to see the effects of syphilis over a long period.
Yep, they're bastards.
Yep.
I love you so much, Paula. My
Yeah.
gangster.
Yeah, who was it? Run DMC did a song about recently about the vaccine. This ain't no Tuskegee, you know.
Right. Tuskegee, Nuremberg. We have laws for a reason.
Yep.
And they're
To be
still doing
broken.
it, even though we have the Tuskegee
Yep,
and the
constantly.
fucking Nuremberg.
We do. We have laws and limits for a reason. Yet our Congress has no limits and can stay in there forever. Explain that one.
Well, your constitution came basically as like a version of the British
Magna Carta. Absolutely. Oh yeah. I'm telling you,
but
Frank, we never
what's
left
happened.
England. We never did.
Look what's happened in Britain now. We're bloody. We got a tyrant as a bloody prime minister who's just changing all the laws willy nilly.
Oh, well, look what we had the
Yeah,
last 4
yeah.
years. Oh my God.
Yeah, I know.
Every Western country.
Bumbling Biden, where
Yeah.
foreign dignitaries had to hold him up.
He likes to sniff hair of young girls as well, doesn't he?
Oh, pervert.
He
They're
likes to do all
gangsters.
kinds of
We got
predictable
mobs
bullshit.
over here. They're all mobs.
Yeah. Everywhere, they're all in the club.
Yep.
And,
I think a lot of people all over the world have got hope that Trump might actually do something this time.
oh,
Just don't hold your
We'll
breath
see.
so you don't turn blue, purple, and black man.
Correct. Keep your standards low.
Yeah.
And then he
Yes,
might
keep your
surprise
standards
you.
low.
Yeah.
But
Right. Exactly.
I like
No.
that it's got RFK in his
no,
There's
it's all a setup. It's all a setup.
They've known that for a very long time. They all were in agreement to poison the slaves. So now they're pretending like, oh, we're going to save you now.
Yeah.
Fuck you. This shit's been going on, and you're just now,
This
I
is
just now found out. Fuck you, you
this
just
is
found
to
out about
stop us from overturning the barrel, the cart. That's all.
well,
it. Exactly.
It's a
It's
pushback.
time to flip the money changer tables because they have been cheating us since the beginning.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a pushback, though.
Yeah, there is a monopoly game going on. That's
It's
what
a psyop.
I call it, a monopoly game. They're vying for the biggest pieces of pie.
Everything's a
You know,
sign.
they still have they're all
That's
staying.
right, Paul.
They're all staying with the agenda. They're just dividing up the pie as they go.
yes. And isn't it interesting that as population grows, there's less of the pie to have, yet the haves have most of the pie?
Yeah.
Right.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Something's wrong.
They're making up little fiefdoms, right? Then they'll be able to do little trades and stuff like that.
Well,
And make up little fiefdoms.
the more people,
You know.
the more the money is in fewer hands.
That's what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not supposed to be the way.
Whereas like 100 years ago, it used to be like the top 1% owned everything. Now it's like now it's like 0.01% of people
Yeah.
own everything.
Now the
Yeah.
people who are running the show, you do not know their name, and you've not ever seen their faces.
Nope.
So it won't be the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers. So to me, I don't know who it would be, but for some reason I get a telepathic message that it's the Watchers.
I
And
found
I
out
don't
there
know where
There's
that would be.
13. There's supposedly 13 families that really run it, and
I
they
found
stay
out
in the shadows.
several years ago. I found some news that the governor of the Bank of England had. This was in Hansard, which is the record of the parliamentary talks. So it's everything that's spoken in Parliament is written down in this document called Hansard. And people went through it and they found that the Bank of England was having a conversation with this man called Mr. Rayardi, who owned government bonds. And this guy bought these bonds or sold his wealth to the Bank of England back in like the late 1800s, his family. And he was the sole heir of the Persian Empire. The sole heir of the entire Persian Empire.
Wow.
He was like rich beyond belief. He was one of the richest men
Right.
in the entire world. And he
But have you
sold
ever seen a picture of him?
well, yeah, in
It's
2000, year 2000 or so, 2001, he came to
Yeah, it
England
took a long time.
to cash in his bonds
Yeah.
because he wanted to cash in his bonds to use his wealth like over the world. And Bank of England reneged on it, said no. And they were laughing in Parliament, and then the Bank of England manager said, "Well, he can't do nothing." He says he started bragging about funding the IRA, how the Bank of England, because Mr. Rayardi was going to spill the beans on where the Bank of England had put their money, because he had records of their accounts. And so that it all come out in this Hansard document, which is the public record of what everything's spoken. It all come out that that the Bank of England were funding the IRA, which is like a terrorist organisation which is letting off bombs all over the UK and Ireland.
Yep, they
And
were
it was
pretty
all
polite about it.
and how the Bank of England made billions of pounds profiting from that.
Of course they did.
And they were laughing about it in Parliament. They're literally laughing, finding it funny that they've ripped off this guy.
Wow.
It's like,
Yeah,
it's like
they'll
you
eat
see-
their own. They'll eat their own. They have no problem with that if they see weakness or a way to screw one of them over. Look at what they're doing to Biden.
It's like some kind of like it's heartless. It's like reptilian in nature.
Yeah. Well, Diana said they're a bunch of reptiles, right? So
Yep.
no.
They do, don't they?
Could be that the reptilian part of their brain has overtaken the mammalian part.
I bet if one of us was there next to him, we could feel the energy of that.
I've met some high-level politicians and performers, and they do seem different. Very different.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not right.
They're cold.
Right.
I used to read a guy called Gurdjieff, and he used to say that human beings were free-brained beings. We had free brain.
Oh yeah, kind of. Yeah, we have our heart, our stomach, and our mind.
Right.
In that way, we also have body, mind, and soul. So we have a few different ways to look at it. Yeah.
And soul is
all
solar
kinds of
plexus
trinities.
is the sun.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's why Seven Serpents always does that meditation that has to do with the 3 pots. I think it's a
The 3
whatever, I
pots,
can't remember.
actually, that's the 3 turning pots. They represent the pineal gland and the cycle of it as well. And when the pot is turned upside down, that's when you have to hold in the fluid so that it
Yes.
retains when it goes and rises back up the endocrine system, or the, the tree, or the ladder, or however you want to view it.
The T5 in your spine is hooked to your solar plexus, which is your life source. When my mom fractured a T5 in her back and several others up on top to the C's, the doctor's the one that told me that. He said that the T5, and I thought, wow, he's awake. He said it was hooked to the solar plexus. So of course I Googled it and did my own research, and I was like, well, I'll be damned. And Mom she died not long after that, around Christmas, Frank.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they like to go on holidays.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
The yogis of ancient India had the whole system of the chakras in your body, different points in your body from your spine.
And Alex is hooked to the chakras to places in Earth. I forgot what Mount Shasta was. But I guess I could Google it. Can you Google it, John? Mount Shasta is one of the chakras.
Isn't it a heart chakra?
Is it the heart? I was going to say the heart, but I couldn't remember.
Mount Shasta.
Yeah. There's the chakras all around the world. Every place there's people in chat were saying, they're usually on ley lines.
So heart chakra of what?
Yes, the ley lines.
Where
the energy
I
is
don't
the
know.
strongest.
Okay.
Mount Shasta just represents it, or what would it mean? I guess that's
I
a
didn't
chakra.
hear about.
Oh, it's pretty big.
I didn't hear it about it being a
Goes up
chakra.
like a giant nipple on the planet.
But what's the chakra? Just put what's the chakra that represents Mount Shasta or whatever.
I'll type
I
in
don't
Mount
know.
Shasta chakra.
Wow.
P-H-A-K-R. Earth's root chakra, the mysticism of Mount Shasta.
Okay,
Root,
root
not
chakra.
heart.
All right,
Root.
gotcha.
Root
That's
chakra.
what I was
Earth's
thinking.
root chakra.
That is big.
Yeah, I want to go there, but I'm scared to go by myself.
I've driven by there many, many times, and it's gorgeous
Really?
country. Oh yeah, yeah. I originally from Reno, Nevada, and I lived in Portland, Oregon, so I drove by it dozens of times.
Wow.
And stayed one night. They have this little teeny town with little teeny motels. It's really cute. Anyway.
It's very tall,
Did you
14,000 feet.
Did you feel the energy real strong though, G?
I don't think I was in the frame of mind to pay attention most of the time when you're traveling. I did not notice. No.
When you spent the
It
night, I
was
thought
me,
you
though.
said you spent the night.
I did at one of the little motels there, but it was traveling when I was younger. Probably did not pay
Okay.
attention,
Right.
Yeah.
My son, he was in the service. He went to war in Baghdad, and they took their team out by, what is that? Babel, the tower. What's that tower called?
Babel.
In Baghdad.
Oh,
Babel,
that would
is that
be
how you say it?
cool. Yes.
And he said that energy on that ground was so wicked that it just felt really wicked.
Wow. Yeah, I felt that in places or houses, things like that. Yeah. I totally get it. But
Here
no,
where
there
I
it just
live,
felt like being in the forest. That's what it feels like there.
well, that would be cool too. Where I live, there's a spot in Tulsa, Oklahoma. You can stand in this particular spot, and they call it the center of the earth. And you can scream, and no one outside of that circle can hear you.
Whoa, one of those
And I've
places.
lived here all of my life, and I've not yet went to go. I should go and video it and scream and see if you guys can hear me.
Well, there's people
Well,
living
I
in
should.
there's people living in Ohio to this day that don't know that they've got a pyramid in their county in their state.
I think they know now if they watch YouTube.
Thing's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good sized mountain.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mountains there,
There's
near
tunnels underneath too,
Mount
John.
Hood,
Well, it's a
Whittier.
man-made mound.
Wow.
You can see that with
The
the
size of a
that
mountain.
thing in the distance. That thing's incredibly huge.
Yeah, they are
Sure
huge
is.
mountains. All of them. I mean, are just, you see them anywhere you go. There they are.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And
you
there's
look-
tunnels all the way underneath.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's what it looks like on Google Earth. Is a big buddy bog.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, there's something because everything, the little town and gas stations and
And,
such
you know
are
what?
very well kept. That's what one thing.
I'm into mud fossils, but I can't figure out what that is because it's too big to be an egg, as far as I know. I don't know what it is.
Can
No
you
idea.
make it go out?
Yeah.
Spread out? No, I
Yeah,
mean upward.
check out the mountains all along that range there going up.
Yeah.
You'll see there's
It's unique in the landscape. Eh? Look at the properties
Really?
around it, too. Yeah, it's totally unique in the landscape. Like there's nothing else around that's like it.
Yeah, I read a book
Wow.
one time that did say Saint Germain was explaining that this was
Right.
one of the sacred places of the past.
That's right, G. And that's where the Lemurians were.
Oh, maybe that. Yeah, there's something up with the place. I just was not paying attention.
Saint Germain is that the immortal alchemist.
See, and it doesn't
I'm
look
not for sure, but wow, look at that, John. It looks like an eye or a
Yeah.
face.
Have you seen the Eye of the Sahara?
Yep.
Yeah.
Reshat structure.
Yeah.
Looks like a squid eye.
John's been all over the world.
Yeah, this I don't know what this is.
Wow.
It's the wrong size to be anything I know of.
Wow.
But yeah, I don't know.
Strange things in Antarctica as well. Looks like pyramids in Antarctica.
Yep. A lot of mining, I think, went on there too in the past.
Mm.
I don't know what that
It's not a volcano, though, right?
I don't think so.
No.
No.
I think most of these mountains on the west coast are classified as dormant volcanoes.
Yeah,
so I
I'm
would
sure
not
they
be
classify
surprised.
them as that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what they
Okay.
tell us.
There's
Yeah.
What's going on?
There's no sign of any opening, though, or
No.
even previous.
Oh, there wasn't?
No, I'm not
Just a
seeing
mountain.
that
It's
at
just
all.
It's just a mountain.
Yeah. Just a mountain. There's no way that was a volcano in the past. It's just erosion, and look at all the
Is that-
red. And it's red rock.
Wow, look at that.
So it's
Yes.
probably
Coppery.
got iron oxide, which is blood.
Yeah,
Wow.
copper and iron. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, copper.
It's not called the root chakra for nothing.
Could be a heart. It's called the root chakra.
That's what Frank said. Is that what you said, Frank?
Yeah, it's the root chakra of the earth.
Yeah, the
Okay.
heart. I think the heart was in Egypt. I can't remember. There's a heart chakra, a place for that too, for all of them, for all the chakras.
So let's see. So from Egypt to here.
See what the heart chakra is in Egypt. I mean, what chakra?
Right.
Not heart.
So Egypt
Losing
over
my
here.
mind here. I got to start the new year out being a little bit intelligent. Don't want to fuck up now. Oops,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
When
Yeah,
they built the
I'm okay
pyramid,
with it.
it was green and tropical around the pyramids.
yeah, at least when
You
they made
got
the
it.
Sphinx
You know it.
or rebuilt them.
Yeah.
It was lush ground. You know it.
Yeah, Mount Shasta, we did remote viewing underneath that. That was full of weird chimera and technology.
Aliens.
Ooh, I'd like to go back and see if I was in chat then.
Aliens as
See what
well.
I said.
Yeah, there was a lot of weirdness.
Yeah. I don't believe in extraterrestrials at all. I think if
Really?
there are other beings,
All
they're
it means is that they aren't from Earth. So
no, I
there's
think they
got to
are.
be people out there in the galaxy.
I think they are from Earth, from deep underground, under the sea.
Yeah, most things
Yeah, but
people see,
terrestrial would mean
most
Earth.
times that we view,
Extraterrestrial mean off Earth.
most times we see
Go ahead.
alien ships. They usually have people on board and aliens.
Yeah.
Or people.
The best
So
evidence I've
that's why
seen.
that's why I think they're most likely chimera most of the time. But sometimes they are aliens. But
The best evidence I've
most of the
seen
time,
for,
like it's
for stuff out in space is the NASA STS transmissions that a guy pirated back in the 90s.
Oh yeah. It's almost Desert Rose New Year's Eve.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I know. Oh, 4 minutes. And guess what I have to do? My grandmother makes me go, or she used to, but I still do it. At midnight, I have to go show the moon my money. So I
Oh, I've never
went and got
heard
some
that one.
$100 bills. Yeah.
Oh,
She's so
brilliant.
funny.
Yeah, we'd go out and bang pots and pans.
Oh, okay.
Well, I could do that too.
To scare away to scare away the bad spirits. You go out and bang a couple pots and pans.
Yeah, under terrestrial.
Oh, I already have protection for that. You know what I got, G? I got railroad ties, those nail-looking things.
Oh yeah, the spikes.
They're in every
yeah.
corner. Yeah, they're in every corner of my cabin.
Oh, cool.
Outside.
I see.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because
anchor. The four corners.
iron is the metal of heaven. All right, hang on. I'm going to go show the moon my money.
Okay. I gotcha.
In England, we had a superstition that you had to be to have luck throughout the rest of the year. You had to be visited by a tall, dark stranger.
Go show it to the moon there,
That's
Steve.
an interesting one.
How tall are you, Kevin?
Yeah. Good question.
It's Frank.
Oh.
I mean, Frank, how tall are you?
5'9", so I'm not that tall.
Aw.
Taller than me.
Well, you're not exactly short. I'm
That
5'6".
works.
You're taller than me.
Yeah.
But I'm squat. So
69 inches, so.
Made for loving.
I don't know
Maria.
how many inches it is, except for 5'6" inches.
I ground my bed, and Frank does.
Yeah.
Yes, Frank. Yes.
And I am thinking hard about that.
I need to ground mine.
Oh, it's
because
good.
Mine is.
You can just run a wire around the bottom of the bed and hook a battery to it with the negative pole.
Gotcha.
I think mine is that.
Just rest your ankles on it, you know.
We have ground
And
points.
you can move it around too. You can kind of kick it around when you're asleep.
Like wrought iron.
Yeah, it's fun.
We have ground points on all our radiators, which are
Does
connected
it
to
matter what your
rods
frame's made out of?
outside in the ground.
I don't know. Copper
Like-
works best. If
Yeah,
that's what you're
Your,
asking.
your,
Copper's
no, the
best.
metal frame or the frame of your bed, like, because my frame that my mattress and everything sits on has, you know, the wood boards across it, but itself is like that wrought iron
Yeah,
stuff.
you'd have to take a meter to it to see if it was retransmitting stuff or amplifying anything. But just put a copper wire around it; won't matter.
You can get
Oh, okay.
electrical.
You just have to be touching it. That's all.
You can get electrical tape, which you can literally affix to a normal bed sheet, and then just put it across, like one layer of that across, so that your legs lay on it
Mm.
when you go to sleep, and then you'll be grounded, as long as that's connected to an earth, a ground wire.
Cool. Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everyone.
That's the
Thank
cheapest.
you. Thank you.
That's the cheapest way of doing it,
Yeah.
so you don't have to spend loads of money, like buying grounding sheets and things.
Yeah, they're expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can buy a canopy, a grounded Faraday canopy that goes over your bed too. That's quite expensive. I think it's around
Right.
$1,000.
Yeah.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah, I looked at that. There are companies that'll come to your house and Faraday cage your house pretty much.
I bought a roll of electrical tape and some wire.
Yeah, I bought a bunch of wire myself. You know, that's that worked for me.
I made a Faraday cage by getting an old tin can that they put dog treats in from PetSmart.
Yeah,
Then I lined it with silver and metal tape on the inside and out, and I tested it. It's a pretty good size. I put my tablet and my phone, and it didn't get any signal, so it worked. Now all I got to do is build one big enough for me, and I'm only 4'10". Yeah, I'm 4'10". That should be easy.
Aluminum foil is good enough. You
Yeah,
can just use aluminum foil.
aluminum
Right.
foil's good enough. Yeah, they used to sleep
But
in.
I went deep.
Yeah, they used to sleep in bed closets. Maybe we should bring back those and just make them into Faraday cages. You know?
Yeah,
Line it with foil.
Yeah.
it's a good idea.
Mind you, that also blocks out the earth energies, so maybe it's not such a good idea to put everything out.
Well, you can pump in 7.83 hertz and 432, 528. You know, kind of medium out the area.
Huh. Well, you know that I got that hat after you told me about that, John.
Yeah.
And wore it at night, and it helped with that getting headaches.
Yeah, I can't do without it, or my teeth start moving, no matter where I am. They've the new systems that they've put out just constantly rattle my teeth.
Wow.
You got the
I really
little
like that necklace that you had.
Yeah, that one's easy to make. I'm gonna do another. I have tomorrow off. Maybe I'll do a show on making those again. Stay grounded.
I heard that you guys were not getting your mail there for a while, or packages.
Yeah, we had a
sent or
mail
something.
strike. They're back to work. Nobody cared really. we oh no,
Nobody
we
gave a shit.
get a pile of junk mail. I'm so sad. What am I gonna throw in the garbage? You know.
No doubt.
It was so ridiculous. Yeah, the mail company loses money every year, and they're going to go on strike. Right? Come on. You're not even profitable. You know. Now you want more money? Come on.
Of course they do.
Yeah. No, nobody cared.
No.
I think I better hit the sack and say good night, because it's gone 6 a.m. here.
Oh yeah. Oh
my
dear.
goodness. Good night.
Yeah,
Yes,
catch
good
a
night
few.
to you.
Yeah.
Sweet dreams.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
It's been
Frank.
very, very, very lovely talking to you, Frank. Happy New
That's
Year.
right.
Yeah,
Loved
Happy
your
New Year to you.
vibe.
Happy New Year to everybody, and thanks for having me up.
Happy New Year. Hope to see you
Happy
again.
New
Right?
Year.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Cheers.
Cheers. Bye, everyone.
Cheers.
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 Rounded to his, attached to his big toe. Yeah, I did that. I've done that.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's
I'm
To
gonna
your
have
toe?
to I'm gonna have to get off of here too because it's
Yep.
gonna become midnight and they're gonna shoot off fireworks. So I have
Well,
to get the
Happy New
dogs.
Year.
Yeah, I
New
gotta
Year.
get the dogs into the bed with their little blankies on when that happens.
Oh,
and I
how
need
sweet.
to bounce too.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
It's about
John,
Time.
wonderful vibe tonight. Great groove. Thank you
Happy
so much.
New Year. Thank you for
Well,
coming, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Yeah,
Yes.
peace
Love you.
everybody. Love you
Oh,
too.
yeah, you got it.
Love
Peace.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. That's
So,
yep.
John, did you check and see where what chakra was hooked to Egypt? Did I miss that?
I can't figure that out. I don't know which one. No,
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, Alex knows all of them. We'll ask him next time he's on.
Yeah. No, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's quite
Well,
a
thank
ways
you for
away.
having me on. Well, yeah,
No.
it is.
All right,
But when he
guys.
told us about that, I found it and I was like, wow, that's cool. Okay, I love you, John. Thank you so much. You're such
too.
a kind person.
Thank you. Love
Okay.
you,
Good.
Desi
All
Rose.
right.
Thanks
Good night.
for coming up and talking to
Love
us.
you too. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Bye bye.
All right, guys. Much love to you all. Keep your third eye open. Till next year. Bye bye.